like takes over a minute. Also, it's kind of ridiculous that you have to hit go live on YouTube itself as well as in OBS. I don't know why it's like that, but that's okay. Okay, we're live in all the places. Yay! Good morning, friends. Okay, we are live in all the places. Hello, good morning. No production director to yell at you. It's all on you. That's true. That's true. Oh God, it would drive me insane if there was a production director besides me to yell at me. No, thank you. No, that's not true. I would love some help. Yeah, it's kind of like why is there an extra step? You already have to you have to set up the description and the whole thing on a per stream basis instead of just having one central location. You have to do it for every single stream. And at least they let you copy over your previous settings, which is helpful, and then you can just adjust if you need a couple of adjustments. But I don't understand why you have to hit go live once you've already hit go live twice. Because for OBS, I'm terrified of going live by mistake, so I have it ask me. So I'm basically having to hit go live in 4 different places. In OBS twice, in Restream for each channel, and then for each YouTube channel in the YouTube. Not a lot. Yeah, but anyway, hello Samus, hello Game, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Hello Duck, good morning. So I have not decided what exactly I want to start us off with this morning. Where we are is in the epilogue, and I'm kind of wondering if I should just do some stuff in the epilogue before going on to New Game Plus Plus, because we're already in New Game Plus before. We could do a completely different kind of playthrough with a different build, but first I actually want to record this build because I promised a friend that I would give them my build, and I absolutely have not had a chance to do that. So let me just switch my monitor over real quick so that I can see the beautiful video game. Let me just do this. Okay. Oh. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Looking down. There we go. Why is my shield up? Alright, I'm on the right profile. Can jump. Unmute the game. Can we shoot? Yes, we can. Thanos, it does that whenever. So basically, the way that everything is connected, I have a 3 PC setup, but we won't get into that. I have a 2 PC setup for the stream. That's all you really need to know. And the game PC is connected to OBS via a capture card, and whenever it's also connected directly to my main monitor. So whenever I switch my main monitor input from my stream PC, which is my main computer that I do video editing on and everything, I don't do anything on my game PC except play games. That's it. That's all it exists for. I do program keyboards with it, but I don't even actually write the code on the game PC. I just use it to put the code onto the keyboard. That's it. That's all it is. Just because it just makes my life easier. It means I have fewer problems in the games themselves, and nothing interferes with anything else, and it just works well. But whenever I switch the input, because my main monitor is what I use for editing and everything that I do, not just gaming, I switch the input from my stream PC to the game PC, everything kind of freaks out for a second. So fine. Speaking of New Game Plus, you have a question about New Game Plus, go for it, Dak. If I can answer your question, I will gladly answer. If I don't know the answer, then we can save it for when the devs get here a little bit later. They'll probably be start showing up in an hour or so. We have some time to kind of ease in a little bit. I actually forgot to grab a thing, so I'm just going to do that really, really quick, you guys. I'll leave you with some beautiful Elori to look at. They're so cool. They're a specific Elori here? I don't think so. Where am I? Here's Zendara. I'll leave you with Zendara because she's the best. She's so cool. It is still coming, Thar. It's coming very, very soon. We have included some more fixes and improvements in this patch, so it's taking a little bit longer. Also, FSR3 with FrameGen on console is the first time ever that technology is going together, so it's a little bit more complicated than... It's just a little bit more complicated. But it is still coming very soon. How long is the campaign? I believe that it's quoted as 20 to 25 hours. It takes me longer personally, even though I've played through it before, because there's a lot of like little side stuff and there's a lot of opportunities to go back. It's kind of Metroidvania-esque in that way, this game. So there's a lot of opportunities to kind of go back and like find things that you missed in the beginning or that you couldn't get to in the beginning because you didn't have certain abilities. So probably roughly 40 hours if you like do everything. That might be wrong actually, because I think that number is from before we added the new game plus and the collector content, so there might be even more now. We added an update a while back that included the collector lore and new challenge areas called Shatterfanes, which I think we're going to do some of those tomorrow. If we don't get to them today, we're definitely going to do them tomorrow, but we might do some today. Are we planning on adding an achievement for beating the game on New Game Plus? And if not, you think we should? I don't think we are, but let me write it down and ask. I don't think we are. Okay, I'm just writing it down just to double check for you, but I'm pretty sure we're not going to be adding that just because I don't think we're planning on changing the achievements anytime soon, at least. Nobody knows what's possible in the future. If you guys play the game and love it and let more of your friends know that the game is really amazing and that they should maybe check it out, and they do, basically the more people that download the game off of Game Pass or purchase it on any of the other platforms, or even download the demo and then get the game. By the way, if you don't have Xbox Game Pass, but you check out the free demo on Xbox, or free demo on Steam, or the free trial on Xbox, or the free trial on PlayStation if you didn't grab it while it was on PS Plus, if you check out the free trials or the free demo, there's an extra bonus 5% discount that you'll get for the purchase of the full standard version of the game after you complete the trial or the free trial or the free demo. Okay, that was a very wordy way of saying if you don't have Game Pass and you didn't grab it during PS Plus and you don't have EA Play, but you really want to check out the game, try the free trials or the free demo, and then enjoy the discount after. I'll be right back in just 2 seconds. Okay. Sure. Okay. No, you're really amazing. No further DLC plans right now. That could change in the future. Like I said, a lot more becomes possible. The more people love the game, talk about the game, download the game, play the game. The more people there are like that, the more chances there are of something like a DLC or a sequel or a spin-off or who knows, right? The more cool stuff is possible. Because believe me when I say the devs and I and all of us at Ascendant Studios want nothing more than to give you more content in the world of Aveum. We love this world. We're super, super proud of the game that we've put out. And we love seeing how much you guys enjoy it. Every single time somebody's like DLC or sequel or more content, we're all like, our hearts literally just like fill up. It absolutely fuels our fire. So the more of you guys there are out there talking about it and loving it, it means so much to us, and it absolutely makes more things possible when that happens. So thank you for being out there. Thank you for being here and chatting with me about it. Definitely thank you for chatting with the devs here and on socials and with each other. And we'll see. We'll see what happens in the future. I'm so glad to hear you enjoyed it. That's really cool, Nikita. Have you guys seen the Echolector stuff? Have you played through it already? I feel like we haven't talked about it very much recently just because it's already like baked into the game and we've just been talking about the game overall. But I'm thinking I'm going to show you some of that stuff. Definitely tomorrow, if not today. Thank you, Nikita. And hello, hard hitting or hard hitter. I'm so sorry. Welcome. Yes. So I'm actually on the marketing team, but they call me a dev, which is such an honor to me, honestly. But I was a full-time streamer for like 8 years, and then I was hired by Ascendant Studios, which is the developer of this game, Immortals of Aveum. Am I in the right category? No, I'm not. I am not on Twitch. Immortals of Aveum. There we go. Now we should be in the right category. Good stuff. Cool. Okay. Gonna do that. So yeah, so I was a full-time streamer for about 8 years, and then I was hired by Ascendant Studios to, that's the wrong button, to work on their marketing team. I'm the community content manager for Ascendant. So I get to talk with you guys on all the socials, post a ton of cool content, create the content for social media, for all of our channels, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Threads, Twitter. I think I'm forgetting one. Twitch. What is a good stream editor? Since I seem to know my stuff. Stream editor, what do you mean by stream editor? So if you're talking about editing your videos once you've recorded them, I prefer Adobe, honestly, Premiere, just because that's the one I know best. Unfortunately, it's fairly expensive. I've heard very good things about DaVinci Resolve, and I may or may not switch to it for my own stuff, but since I have Ascendant access to Adobe, I just stick with it for now, until everybody decides to change, pretty much. Not Dreamweaver, no. Premiere. Mostly we use Premiere for video editing, and a little bit of After Effects, and of course Photoshop and Illustrator. Those are the programs that we use the most, I would say. Probably Premiere is the one that I use the absolute most out of all of them, but a little bit of the other ones too. And for actually broadcasting and streaming, I use Open Broadcaster software, which is OBS. It's open source. It's amazing. I prefer it to like the derivatives like Streamlabs OBS and Stream Elements OBS. Those are both good programs, and they definitely make some things easier, especially if you're a beginner. They're great to use for that, but they are both more resource intensive, and I'm really not a fan of that. And I've just been a traditional like base OBS user. That way you also get the updates sooner. Since the beginning of my stream 10 years ago, so I'm most comfortable just using OBS Studio. They're always behind the ball of OBS updates. Yes. I mean, the main reason, like the updates, being behind on updates is not the end of the world in my opinion, because I honestly tend to wait to install updates until like a little bit of time has passed and any kinks have been worked out, because I really need the stream to be stable. But in general, okay, we should do something, and I don't know what we should do. We could go do a Shroud Vein. Let me just double check my settings real quick. Okay. This is all good. This is all good. I think we're fine. I think we're fine. There's a lot that we can do right now, but there is an Echolector Shroud Vein up there. Shatter Vein. I don't know what we should do first. We could also just start from New Game Plus, but then I'm worried if we start with New Game Plus that I won't be able to go back and do the Echolector stuff tomorrow. Although I could just reset it. I don't know. What do you guys want to see? Do you want to see the game from the beginning, or do you want to see some challenging stuff? Keeping in mind that we'll see the challenging stuff tomorrow either way. But yeah, with Streamlabs and Streamlabs OBS and Stream Elements, you are behind on the updates. That's not necessarily a bad thing, because hopefully when they're incorporated into Streamlabs OBS and Stream Elements OBS, they're stable, like super, super stable. However, I do feel like both Streamlabs and Stream Elements include a lot of extra things in their versions of OBS, and that just makes them run a little bit more, it makes them a little bit more greedy for resources on your stream computer, which if you have a 2PC setup, doesn't matter that much. But if you're like a power user like me, I do so many things at the same time. I have so many things open at the same time. And OBS already uses a lot. My OBS is like absurdly complicated. I'm just like picking up some little things that this character has not yet picked up, or this save has not yet picked up. Yeah, so for me, resource intensive is definitely kind of a deal breaker, like more resource intensive. So I just don't use them. Oh, cool, hard hitter. That's awesome. Well, this game is called Immortals of Aveum. And if you've never seen it before, I probably should show it to you from the start. It's really cool. Let's just do the most important thing there is to do in this video game, which is petting this cutie. This is the little Vicky in the downstairs of Calthus. You're so glad you bought this game. That's so awesome, Mysterious Viper. I'm so glad you like it. From the beginning, please. Okay, awesome. Yeah, so I will say this is not purely from the beginning, because I really love this gear and I kind of want to stick with it for now. This is from the start of New Game Plus. I could do a playthrough purely from the beginning if you wanted. That is a possibility. But I would prefer to just use this build. Wait, I don't need to go anywhere. Hold on. Wrong thing to activate. I need to go here. The deal with New Game Plus is it skips the tutorial level. Is this currently in-game music? It is. Well, it's not coming from the game. Let me just double check. Yeah. The music that you guys are hearing is the game's music. I'm just playing it separately. So this track is called The Butcher. I'll give you the playlist link if you like. Share. Copy album link. So this is the Immortals of Aveum soundtrack, and this particular song is called The Butcher. But yeah, so I won't start from the very beginning. I'll just start a New Game Plus playthrough, because why not? But basically, the very beginning of the game, I guess I could start from the beginning. Very beginning. I just don't want to, because I don't want to lose my javelin. That's the main reason. I love playing with the javelin so much. It's so fun, and I don't want to give it up. But also, there's some cool story stuff in the very beginning that you should experience for yourself. And I think if you try the demo, it's in there. So if you want to check it out, just try the demo, the free demo, or the free trial. But basically, it just skips the very initial time when Jack is still a young kid. He's like a 15-year-old or something at the very start of the game, and some crazy stuff happens. He loses his family. They're killed in an attack on the city that he lives in. And then he goes through some training, and that's kind of like the tutorial level. And he grows up a little bit as a soldier, and this is where we're going to start now, pretty much. So that's what you skip with New Game Plus. This will technically be New Game Plus Plus, but we'll go with that. Okay. You're going to play the mess out of it when it gets on Game Pass. That's so awesome. So it should be on Game Pass today. I'm not sure 100% what time it's going to start to be available, but it will be available today. So you'll be able to get it and play it today, which is so cool. I'm so excited for you guys to do that. You would say anything past demo parts. Okay, perfect. So that's where we are now.
Grand Magnus on deck!
Anubis, it's great to see you. Hey, Ruru, how are you doing?
On attention!
Thank you, Marshal. Anyone that stood up needs to stay that way. Their next wave is moving in, and we've got positions that need bodies. The Rasharnians capture this ley line, we can all lie back down. Permanently. You're with Barker, right? I need him to line up his strikers along the eastern wall. There's a red division on its way.
Yes, sir.
Round 2.
Rasharnians haven't had enough yet?
We haven't given them enough yet. That still work?
The important one does.
Good. You're Holland Mead's oldest, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
You've got a fear in your eye you don't need today, son.
Sorry, sir.
Today's the day they turn tail. I know these things. I told your father the same thing at Sundown 10 when he was your age. Sure enough, it happened then too.
Bit easier to swallow when you're immortal, sir.
That's just a silly name to make our enemies cry at night.
Oh, Romans, that's awesome. I'm
This is
so
real.
stoked for you. That's so
No
cool.
Rasharnian spell gets through this today.
Is Sir a title
Thank you,
or a gender
General.
thing? It's basically a title. So the reason
Surprised
they
you're
went
still
with
here, sir.
Sir is because it's
Since
really
election
common on TV.
You know it is,
So
Jack.
Star Trek, Star Wars does
both of
this.
us know I'm ready.
Those are the greatest examples I could come up
Guess
with.
it's too bad you're here.
But a lot of like sci-fi, futuristic stuff, anything on TV in general or in movies,
Tell
a
me
lot
why
of
you
them
want to
tend
be
to
an
go with
immortal so
Sir
bad.
for everyone,
Sir
just to
Lucian.
make it genderless as like a sign of respect. And a lot of people ask this question, and it's actually, I looked it up, and it's not what they do in the US military, but they do that in some militaries in the world as well. It just depends on where you're from. But in the US, it's actually not that common to use Sir with female officers. There's cat hair on my face, as usual. That's fine. But
Don't.
the reason
That'll
that it's
just
in the
make me
game is
mad.
just
You've
because
had 5
it's a
years
TV
to
thing,
come up
and
with
so
an answer to that
TV
question.
media, they just
I'm
assumed
tired of hearing what your
that they should
friend
do that.
Luna wanted.
that more people would be
You
used
need
to it.
think about what you want.
I...
Our only focus right now is holding this ley line tower. First
Must
thing that
hold the
happens
ley
if
line.
Sandrak gets it,
Gosh, this
he
game is
points
so
the ley
beautiful.
line straight at our rivers. And our rivers
Incredible.
decide
Hey,
they're
I'm
not
7. How are you
needed anymore.
doing?
An intelligence briefing showed me
great to
Sandrak
see
can
you.
attune the rest of the towers he's captured to this one. Like a net.
He's never been this close, has he?
No. And if we don't stop him, he'll magnify his magical capability by a staggering amount.
Hold on. My desk is doing something weird.
How staggering.
Like I said, some serious end of times shit. No rivers, no fish, no need to fight if we starve to death first. And as Lucians, we love fish like you wouldn't believe, Jack.
You love it so much that no drinking water is more of a side concern, apparently.
Watch it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're going this way. Sorry, I keep adjusting my desk because the kitties messed with it, I think. Oh, it's so beautiful. This is such a spectacle every time I see it. It's awesome.
That's one hell of a next wave.
I love how her shield is just that
Sandrak's
strong.
overextending
It's so
himself.
cool.
Intelligence briefings say that? Or are we just hoping that's the case?
We're just hoping.
Today's the day they turn tail, sir.
Switch on and get to the forward bastion.
Yes, sir.
Jack, you help us win this. I'll know you're ready.
So currently the studio is working on an unannounced project, Gary, and we're still updating Immortals of Aveum, still working on improvements and updates and all that good stuff for Immortals. There's an update coming very soon that's going to bring FSR3 with frame generation to consoles, which has never been done before. And it will also include a language fix and some other fixes and improvements just to make the experience even better. We've already done a ton of updates that have optimized the game. We've lowered the PC specs significantly, so people that couldn't play it at launch can now absolutely play it without a problem. Okay. I didn't remember that that was even there. Cool. I don't need this yet, although... Okay. I'm trying to remember my mapping because my brain is still in other games that I've been playing recently. You've quite enjoyed Immortals of Aveum. That's so cool, Makensha, and welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining us. I'm so glad to hear that. That's awesome. I love how they just like do magic like it's no big deal. It's so cool. Can you play it on Steam Deck now? You might be able to. I don't think it's certified. I don't think it's technically, but I think it does actually work. So try it and let me know what you think. I'm not sure if it's certified for Steam Deck yet. I know that it does run. But yeah, no promises, but try it. Worth a try. Is it out on Game Pass yet? It is today, but I'm not sure what time today. I'm guessing it's going to be 9 a.m. Pacific, which is going to be in about an hour and a half. I'm guessing. That's a guess. I actually don't know what time because they didn't tell us what time exactly it would show up on Game Pass, but I'm going to guess it's 9 a.m. Pacific. If I'm wrong, I apologize. Your question wasn't explained. Is there a new game being developed? There's a new project in the works, but it's unannounced, and I can't give you any more details. All I can say is that we're working on something. Something cool. That I think you guys will really enjoy. That's it. That's all I can say. But yeah, so we are still working on updates for this game, and we would love, I will say this, we would absolutely love to do a sequel. We would love to do like more games in the world of Aveum in general. We would love to do more and tell more stories in this world and give you guys more incredible gameplay. There's so much that we want to do, and it all depends on like what's actually possible, what actually can come out, what actually we get to work on. Basically just depends on you guys, on the more of you that show up and enjoy the game, tell your friends about the game, the more people that download it on Game Pass and play it and try it. Even if people try it and don't like it, that's totally fair. We're not we don't want you guys to like be trying to convince other people to love it. Just let them know you love it and that they should give it a chance, right? Not every game is for everyone. That's just the nature of all entertainment media, I think, and a lot of other things in life, right? Like certain things are preferred by certain people, and if you try to make everybody happy, it becomes like sometimes you don't make anyone happy, you know. But this game is really amazing at a lot of really great things, like the gameplay, the magic gunplay, basically the magic play, the shooting is really satisfying and really fun, and the story and the visuals are beautiful. So if you love kind of this slightly sci-fi-ish fantasy kind of world with a lot of really deep lore and some really incredible gun magic play in first person, then this game is absolutely for you. And it's honestly really, really cool. There's a lot of really fun puzzles and a lot of Metroidvania-esque aspects to it as well. Oh god. Ah. I need to remember how to do all the things. Oh, they all died. Whoops. I don't know how I turn myself around, but it's fine. I'll just kill them with my javelin. You wouldn't be surprised if it picks up some traction on PC Game Pass. Yes, I think it will. The lowered PC specs, and the update that's coming is going to improve things on PC as well. I was talking about consoles before, but it's actually going to add HDR for PC as well in the next update that's coming soon. A nice challenge even on normal, and there's lower difficulty. Also, you're 1/3 of the way in on PS5, waiting for episode 3 patch to keep going. Awesome, Raquel. Hopefully you won't have to wait too much longer. You have the game, but you're just going to play it through Game Pass. That's really cool, Saren. You don't have HDR monitors, Ruru. Hello, welcome to Twitch. That's okay. That's totally okay. It looks beautiful in standard as well, in SDR. You're seeing it in SDR on stream right now. I may at some point, once the PC HDR patch is live, I may do an HDR stream to YouTube. I basically figured out how to do that recently for a blog post that we put out just yesterday, which I will link to you guys if you're curious. If you give me just a second to grab the link for you. I put it here for myself so that I'd have it handy. And then I forgot all about it. But yeah, I wrote this guide yesterday. Not everything in there is by me, but most of it is. I'll put it in all the chats. Game Pass will definitely help, yeah. This is what I'm talking about. This is the blog post I put up yesterday. It's just a streaming guide. So if you're not a streamer, don't worry about it. But if you are a streamer or you aspire to be a streamer on YouTube or Twitch, or even if you record videos, you might find it a little bit helpful just in terms of setting stuff up for YouTube. But if you record videos, it does get a little bit more complicated if you're editing in HDR. That's a whole other thing to explain. So if you ever want help with that, I can send you to a very helpful YouTube channel, not mine, for that. I am going to be putting out more content on my personal YouTube channel, which is just at Test Games, just like my Twitter and Instagram. My Twitch is Tessichka. And, okay. Cute. Hello. I need to make my Destiny controls act like this. I never thought I would say that in my life.
Gotta keep moving.
Because I love Destiny gunplay so much. But I really, like, I feel like my aim is much better in this game. Because I changed my sensitivity. Like, I really dialed in my sensitivity on the trackball. I'm playing with a trackball and a keyboard that I built myself. Did I show it to you guys? I don't think it's updated on this overlay. Let's see. A quick glance, you thought at first that fist was some sort of dog. Oh my gosh, Spitfire. HDR and PC is such a crapshoot. Yeah, it really depends on your monitor. It depends on like how there's so many different standards. It's really complicated, but I know the game looks really beautiful in HDR on console, which is already available for console. So I'm excited for the HDR patch for PC. My monitor does have HDR available, so I'm going to try it in HDR, and I might try to do a stream to YouTube in HDR. Unfortunately, you can't stream to Twitch in HDR. It doesn't support it. So it would have to be tone mapped to SDR anyway, so I just stream in SDR because it's just easier 99% of the time. But there are ways to make it work so that you could have your experience be in HDR but still stream in SDR and have it look great. That's what the guide that I wrote is about. It includes some other really good tips like bit rates and resolutions and some really simple capture things. I was gonna include a lot more stuff in that guide, but it was getting really long, and honestly, the things that are in there are just the most important things that I see the most streamers not get quite right for games, not even just Immortals, but games like Immortals that have a lot of foliage, a lot of visual effects, a lot of really high detail, beautiful imagery and scenery all the time, and just lots of movement, you know, so unearthed ancient technology. Yes. It won't work if I try to show it to you right now. It's not set up to show you both my cam and that. I can show you very briefly. It'll be reversed. Okay, before I go in there, if I go to, let me see, hold on. Hopefully this doesn't break anything too much. So this is my desk. So this is the trackball that I use, and this is the keyboard that I game on. And it's really awesome, and I love it. I'm not gonna spend too much time on that because it's not entirely relevant. It's just very specific to me, but that is how I game. If you stop by my stream, basically any day but today and tomorrow, when I'm not doing developer guest stuff, I can show it to you in a little bit more detail. So, yeah. But yeah, I play this way because I can't use a controller, and I can't really use a regular mouse anymore either for anything that is like repetitive motion, because it just hurts my hand a lot due to an old permanent injury. Okay. Ah! Oh my god. I always forget. I know it's coming, and still, it always surprises me.
Oh, shit!
He's crazy.
Let me go!
I need to put this somewhere where I can see it.
Great. Where the hell am I?
Jack, report in.
I'm okay. I made the thing mad
That
and
works.
it dropped me. Think it's heading back your way.
I need you to do the same. Now. Rasharnians are this close to breaching the East Battlement.
On it, sir. Just let me get my bearings.
You want to make selection today? You better find them fast.
Okay, I'm trying. Don't yell at me, Kirkin. She's so cool. I love her so much. She's such a, like, intense, crazy badass in this game. And in general. Kirkin is just one of the coolest characters out there. Kirkin is one of the coolest characters, but Gina Torres is also one of the coolest actresses I've ever seen in anything. Okay. I can see everything I need to see. Alright. Get a little more essence. Okay. Oh, I did want to go over my build real quick. Let me just do that really fast. I'm gonna go over it a little bit, just talk about it a tiny bit, and I'll let the friend know that I promised that too. I meant to do this so much earlier, but this is what I'm using. So I'm using the God Spear, which has a ton of shield shred, blue magic power plus 54%, which blue magic power being that high is really great because it boosts all of my blue magic abilities. So everything force, everything blue is improved by that blue magic upgrade. And I've upgraded the God Spear all the way. This is how many upgrade slots it had with New Game Plus. When you start the game, the highest tier items, legendary items like these that I have equipped right now, will have 4, I think up to 4 upgrade slots, and then when you get to New Game Plus, they get 4 more, and you can complete the upgrades, and then you can also add to your talents even further with more ascensions, which are basically experience points and how you level up in the game. Sorry, 1 second. My voice! I need to drink something hot, but I'm too hot right now in the apartment because all the computers and the lights and everything. So I'm trying to avoid it, but if my throat does not cooperate, I'm gonna have no choice. But yeah, basically I love the God Spear. The reload time being minus 40% is incredible, and the projectile speed being plus 50% is also absolutely epic. This helps the experience of the javelin in general a ton. I really like how it works. The wounds edge, I may switch this up. So these things, I mean, it's a really, really good weapon. It increases my red magic power, which, like I said, that boosts all of that color's magic, right? The magic power stat in this game boosts all magic of that color type. So red chaos magic is boosted by 85 points, which is huge. Your explosion damage is increased, your maximum projectile distance is increased. This is really great if you don't, especially if you don't use red a lot, but even if you do use red a lot. Like my build is very much focused on javelin use, but sometimes I encounter enemies that have like the red glow, which means they basically have an armor, like an extra layer of armor, and this helps absolutely destroy that. The way this game works is it's kind of like a Simon Says color magic versus color magic. So if you are combating armor is created with red chaos magic. So if you use red chaos magic against it, it's weak to that, right? It'll basically shred the armor faster. The same thing for shields and blue magic. Shields are blue force magic. And so it's like shield shred will absolutely rip shields apart, which is great. Same thing happens with green magic. You can have enemies that will regenerate because green is life magic, and this kills that and increases your green magic power a ton. So that's why I use these, because they're really effective in general, and they boost the types of magic that I haven't focused on as much in terms of talents, if that makes sense. Enjoy your lurk, Baron, and thank you so much for hanging out. And so this is cool. This is my lash totem. It's what I have in my left hand. You get 3 different items to use 3 different abilities. They're called control abilities with your left hand. Your right hand is your like main sigil hand. That's what these are, your sigils. And with your left hand, you've got these totems. So this one is what kind of governs my lash ability, focuses my lash ability, and it decreases your lash recharge time, which is great. Increases my blue magic power some more, and increases shield shred even more. So that makes my javelin like ridiculously effective. It helps a lot. This is really great for disrupting enemies that are about to do a spell. So anytime you see like the green magni that, or not, they're not called magni, I forget what they're called, but the green enemies that you can actually use it against green magni as well. And it's very helpful for them because it stops them like jetting away as much. But you can use it against archons. You can use it for basically anything that's about to chuck magic at you. You just hit them with this laser disrupt beam, and it breaks their spell ability and stuns them for a second. And this increases blue critical damage by 20%, which actually helps my javelin. So every time I get a headshot with the javelin, it increases the damage by 20%, which is awesome. And spell break 100%. It's amazing. Really amazing. Hey, Red Robin, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Like an EMP? Kind of, I guess, for magic. You could definitely say it does something similar for magic, but it's very direct. It's not like an area effect, an area of effect kind of spell. I'll show it to you in a second. Actually, I could just show it to you right now. We'll come back to this in a sec. So if I use, do I change this? Oh, this is the disrupt magic. So it's a red laser beam pretty much. So I'm using my disrupt focus to make it more effective pretty much. But that's what it looks like. So you also want to get headshots with this, but it's much easier because it has a little bit of aim assist in it. Yeah, this game is so fun, Red Robin. So if you have Game Pass, you can just get it included with Game Pass today. How cool is that? Hello, Zapmando. Hello, welcome. You wish you got it on PS Plus last month. Oh, I'm sorry. You can try the free trial on PlayStation still. That will be available forever. And at the end of the free trial, there's an extra 5% discount. So, and that applies no matter what. So like if you're waiting for a sale or something like that, I don't know when there will be one, but if there's another sale, you can still stack that 5% discount on top of whatever other sale comes out. Or you could just use it whenever. It's a divinity. I actually don't know what that means in terms of gaming, so I'm not going to agree just because I'm not sure, but if you explain it, maybe you're right. Any update? Moha, hello, welcome. So the update is coming soon. I wish I had a concrete date for you guys. We were really hoping to have it out, honestly, today, but it is just not going to be out today. It's going to be out soon. I can't tell you exactly when, but as soon as we can possibly get it to you guys, it will come out, I promise. But FSR3 with frame gen is completely new technology for consoles. It's never been on consoles before, so it's just taking a little bit more time. Needs a little bit more testing. We've also included some other fixes that were not previously going to be in this update, are now in this update, so it'll be worth the wait. I know it's super painful. We said the update was going to come out soon, like a month and a half ago, and I do apologize for that, but that's why we didn't give you guys a date then, and why we're not giving you a date now, because there are so many moving parts when you are putting out an update, especially for consoles. The process for PC is simpler, but the process for consoles is quite complex, and there's a lot of moving parts and a lot of different groups that have to sign off on it. And even for PC, there are different groups that have to sign off on it, but especially for consoles, there's even more. So we just don't know how long it's going to take, and we don't want to make a promise and tell you, oh, it'll be here then, and then something slows it down a little bit, you know, so because that's happened a few times. So basically, just please be patient, but it is coming really soon. Like, it's almost ready. It's very, very, very close to being ready. And it'll be worth the wait for sure. Like, the update will bring HDR to PC, further optimizations and improvements and bug fixes like the language bug, Xnade, all that stuff, and just in general, better performance coming to all platforms, and FSR3 with frame generation, also all platforms, consoles, first time ever. You play on PS Plus? That's so cool, Zap. That's awesome. If you guys have any questions for me about the game on PlayStation or Xbox or PC or anything, definitely feel free to ask. Soon TM. Well, not TM, because that just means it's never coming, but it will come. We just don't know when. So, soon, like legit. Legit soon. And you will find out, by the way, we have a Discord. I will give you the link to the Discord. It is in the video description on YouTube, but let me put the link in the Twitch chat as well. I'll put it in all the chats just so it's convenient for all you guys. That is the link to our Discord. So we'll be posting in the Discord first, which I just realized I completely forgot to post about the stream. So let me do that real quick. Did I put the link in here? Oh. Okay, let's see if I can find the link. This is not the document I am looking for. Okay, this is the document I am looking for. Hold on. It's a very big document. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Got to put it in the Discord. I knew I was forgetting something. Oh, Mental Mars did it for me. Oh my god. Oh my god. Mental Mars, more on top of it than me. Seriously, he's amazing. We're so lucky. You guys should go check him out. Instead of giving the link to the Discord, I'm gonna put the link to mentalmars.com in all the chats. Okay, so I very much recommend you guys check out this website. It's really awesome. He's got a lot of stuff about a lot of games in there, but he has specifically a gear guide, a talents guide, a map guide, an entire wiki for Immortals of Aveum on his website. I super recommend you check it out. It's a really awesome place, and Mental Mars is an incredible creator, and you can learn so much about this game and others on his website. Has Ascendant Studio considered gyro implementation on PS5? Are you talking about like the DualSense stuff? Yes. We have absolutely seen the comments asking for it. Unfortunately, it's just not possible to make it happen for Immortals, but we are keeping the feedback in mind for future stuff, 100%. There's some feedback, like skippable cutscenes is another thing that we just can't do for this game because of the way everything was built from the ground up. It's very much tied in, and it's just too difficult and would take way too much development time to unfortunately make that happen, both DualSense and skippable cutscenes. But I will get back to the build for Mental Mars because that's what I'm doing for it. Keeping it in mind for future updates, 100%. Is there an estimate when it's playable on PC Game Pass? I believe, not 100% sure, but I believe in about an hour. I think it's 9 a.m. Pacific was when it should be available, but don't quote me on that because they didn't actually tell us the exact time, so I'm not sure. That's just kind of an educated guess. But yeah, keep checking and let me know once it's available because then I can tell everyone else. But no, it will be today. It will for sure be today. I'm so sorry that I can't give you an exact time. Connor, hello, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Oh God. Oh, I can't scroll up any further? Really? You're super glad to hear Game Company. What? Why? Okay. Take time and test it rather than gotcha. That release it with game-breaking bugs. Yes, I will say, no plan survives first contact is like a thing they say about war and doing anything live and everything. It's a common refrain and it's true because there's just no way to anticipate the extremely wide variety of variables. Like there's no way to anticipate every single variable when you launch software into the wild. It just, things happen. And so most of the time the testing is really good and can ensure that everything works okay. Sometimes things slip through. So we can't promise that like everything will be perfect when we launch the update, but that's why it takes so long, is because we are testing as much as possible to make sure that as few things are wrong as possible, pretty much. Kind of weird question, but are there any plans for future updates or the frame generation's last big addition to the game? It's hard to say, Moha, because like everything else, including new games and like new DLC, new games, spin-offs, sequels, everything. A lot more, the more people that play the game and download the game and talk about the game and let other people know that they should give it a try. You don't have to convince somebody else to like it, but just let people know you like it, and maybe hopefully they'll go and try it for themselves and they'll fall in love with it themselves. You know, that's kind of our hope. But the more people that do that, the more people that download it through Game Pass or anywhere, any platform, the more things become possible. The better, the happier investors are, and the happier everything is. So the whole system, just more is possible. The more people try it and love it, the more things are possible for us to do. So I can't really say about what will happen in the future because I just don't know. But this is the big update that's coming soon that we're currently working on and that's planned. It deserves a second chance. The launch was utterly overshadowed. Yeah, unfortunately. 1,000% different devices, how people use it, so many other variables. Even with PlayStation and Xbox, unfortunately, you can't always know every single variable because even though the devices are inherently the same, there are variations in silicone, right? So like the chips that are in every Xbox, they're really close. They're really, really, really close, but they're not going to be the same because that's just the world, right? Not everything is identical, even if you try to get it as close as possible. The chips in every single PlayStation, not quite the same, you know? Also, think about how, like, where the PlayStation or Xbox lives. If the person that's playing on Xbox or PlayStation lives somewhere in, I don't know, South Florida, for example, right? And their home is really humid and Maybe they don't like to run their AC that high because they just prefer it to be warm and humid. Like I prefer it to be warm and humid in my house, in my apartment, right, in North Carolina. So that will affect things like their consoles, their PC, any technology that they have, right? Same thing goes for if it's really dry, that could have a different effect as well. It's very hot, it's very cold. Everything is sensitive, right? Technology is sensitive. And so sometimes you just can't anticipate how things will react. Maybe how much use it's gotten, right? So somebody that's been like super, super heavy duty using their Xbox or PlayStation or PC every single day for like 15 hours a day in a hot room, that PC is not going to be the same as an identical PC that's only used like once a week or even like 5 or 6 times a week for a couple hours at a time, you know? So even like simple stuff like that can make a difference. And sometimes it's just a crapshoot. So we do the best that we can to make everything function as well and as smoothly as possible. That's like the whole point of everything that we do. So you didn't know this was a dev stream? Yeah, so I'm a dev, technically. I work on the marketing side of things, but I talk to the devs every day. I'm in the game doing stuff. Actually, I was the one that did the capture for the tutorial spell videos. So like these little videos, these were me. And it was really fun to do these. A couple of them were Zach, actually. They weren't all me, but most of them were me. And they were really fun to do. All I did was play the game and capture, so it's not a lot. But for me, I'm proud of it. So yeah, and I tell them all the stuff that you guys tell me. Basically, part of my job is reading every single one of your comments on Reddit, on Twitter, on Insta, on Threads, on TikTok, on YouTube, on Twitch, on all the platforms, and boiling that down as much as possible to the devs so that they can take action on it, right? And so I do get to be a dev a little bit, which is really cool. I can suggest stuff myself as well. We play test a lot of things, and yeah. It is a giant skill tree. Okay, so let me finish talking about the build. I'm sorry, I got super sidetracked. If Mental Mars is here and watching, he's like, please go back to it. Please go back to it. I have the worst brain sometimes for stuff like this. I apologize. I'm so excited for you to try it, Red Robin. And Connor, I'm so glad you love Immortals. That's awesome. The interface looks a bit different to console. You were confused. Ah, yes. So I'm playing on PC. I'm so sorry. You hope that more people try it. It looks awesome. And you're just waiting for the FSR to dive in soon. Hopefully very soon. Nice game. You had much fun. Even in the second playthrough. That's so awesome. Yeah, I have had Squirrel. Where? I have had hey Roadkill, how are you doing? Okay, let me just do that. Maybe I'll do that. Okay, cool. I'm trying to like Tetris my chat so I can still see everything. Okay, we're going back to this. So I talked about my disrupt totem, the legendary totem for that spell disrupt. And then this is a really cool totem. Your legendary, I mean any totem that you use that gives you limpets. Limpets are, I'll just show you real quick. These are limpets, and if you shoot them at an enemy, they slow the enemy down. They'll actually slow down anything you shoot them at. So there are some puzzle areas in the game that you can use limpets in to slow down, like gates, or in some of the shroud fanes and shatter fanes, there's like platforms and parts of the world that you can use them on. But primarily enemies, they're really great for, especially until you get a spell called Time Burst. But they're really amazing for that. I need to upgrade this. So this increases limpet duration and corrosive chaos damage over time. So maybe I could use a different limpet totem. I don't use this that much though. It doesn't really benefit my build that much, but it does help if I need to use limpets. So it's a good limpet totem. It's not usually specific to my current build, but it's a great limpet totem. I could definitely use something else if I wanted. Hold on, whoops. These are some of the other ones that I have. So you can increase your limpet clip size, increase your green magic power. You can increase your regen shred. This might actually be better for me. Maybe? I don't have that many. Most of these boost green magic power. So if you're using green magic a lot, this is great. But some of them do have benefits for, some of the totems will have benefits outside of their magic color. So this, for example, benefits your red magic, even though it's a green magic totem. So maybe I need to be on the lookout for a better limpets totem that boosts my blue magic to make my javelin even more OP. I feel like that'd be pretty cool. But I'm gonna leave this on for now. Keep in mind that I have this and I'm fighting something green. Okay. And then maybe I can craft something that would be better a little bit later. That would be good too. And then my rings. So these are very much red focused rings, both of them. So I might switch these up. The benefits of having these, because my blue magic is already so powerful and I've sunk so many points into the blue magic talents, which I'll go over in a second what all my talents are. These are nice to have because when I'm faced with enemies that have those armor, the extra armor boost around them, these help me to get rid of that by using the red magic that I have without having to sink as many points into the talent tree. Very, very soon, Kurt. So it's today. It's dropping today. I'm guessing this is an educated guess because they just didn't tell us what time, unfortunately. But the guess is it's in about an hour. I'm thinking 9 a.m. Pacific is when it'll launch on Game Pass, but I don't know for sure. I'm so sorry. They just didn't tell us. So sometime today. We know it'll be sometime today. Okay. Refresh the chapstick. How I live. No problem, Kurt. No problem. But yeah, so these help a ton when I'm facing red enemies. Blast wave damage, that's actually the red magic ability that I use the most. Can I show it to you? Yes, I can. This is blast wave. What do I have it mapped to? Really? Yeah, okay. So this is blast wave. And it's hard to see without enemies, but it shreds everything around you. Bane of your existence is Pacific time. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I love Pacific time and I love working with people in Pacific time while living in the US. While living on the East Coast in Eastern time, sorry. In my head, I was like, I also like working with people in the UK, and I do. But that's because most of them are extreme night owls. But yeah, it's really nice for me personally because I get to start a little bit later and I wake up really early, but I have my mornings to like do stuff like run or bike, etc. Oh, East Coast, yeah, I get that. But yeah, okay, so just quickly I'll go over these. Increased armor shred, increased red magic power, increased bash damage, increased blast wave damage. Bash is the other red magic ability where you punch with a ton of red magic, chaos magic behind your punch, and it's really, really strong and great. And then this is also a really nice bracer that increases your armor, so your armored defense, and your fury damage, and your fury mana regen. So this I'm gonna upgrade and just leave on because it's really great for my build. I do use Vortex, which is a fury ability that I'll talk about in a second, a ton, and Time Burst a fair amount as well. Those are kind of my favorite furies. All of the other furies are fantastic too. I use Torrent a lot, really great. Then that helps with, not this, something else green that I was wearing. This helps with my green magic power. But yeah, this is great because it gives me back fury mana more quickly and it increases my fury damage and gives me a little bit more defense. So definitely sticking with that. I may switch up my limpet totem and I may at some point switch up these rings. Maybe. Let's actually look at what else we have. We have a lot of epic stuff. See, but this focuses on shatter, which is really cute because you see the little shatter spikes are like on the ring. I love that. This is a beautiful ring design. I love the art team. at Ascendant. They're so good. But yeah, anyway, I probably won't use this because I just don't use Shatter as much. The blue magic power boost is nice, but I have so much focused in blue magic already. I feel like this is too specific to Shatter for the way that I play. If it helped with Vortex instead, or Time Burst, which is green magic, that would be tempting. But who knows? But yeah, this is what I currently have equipped, and I might switch it up. I might look for something else. Oh, hello. We have torrent damage, torrent missiles, and regen shred. So if you like green magic, okay, I highly recommend you go to Mental Mars' website. He put out a post recently that described a really incredible green magic focused build that I might use that build tomorrow, possibly. We'll see. It's really, really, really cool. So you should just check it out for yourself so you can play it yourself if you want. It basically makes your torrent like completely insane and epic. Blue critical damage. Oh my god. Now see this is interesting because it lowers your blue sigil damage by 50%. This is kind of a double-edged sword, but it increases your blue critical damage by 280%. So it's very tempting because I mean, I do hit a lot of crit shots, but I'm scared to use it because what if I don't get a crit, you know? And my damage is just like nerfed a lot. That makes me, and also Vortex. This would nerf Vortex a little bit. No, it wouldn't because it's only sigil damage. I might try this. This might be kind of tempting. Maybe if I'm struggling in a later area of the game, I might, or maybe in the challenges tomorrow. Maybe. So there is some endgame stuff. I jumped into New Game Plus, Kurt, and that's one of the options at endgame. You can just do New Game Plus, and then all of your items that you have in the game get 4 more upgrade slots if they're legendary, or basically doubled upgrade slots, whatever level they're at. So like this originally had 3, now it has 6. That you can continue, so you can continue to like earn resources, and also you get talents. So let's talk about talents for my build as well. Now this, I've already played through New Game Plus once on this character, on this save. So I think I might have refreshed the save since then. But either way, this is the build right now. I think I have because I have a lot of things lit up. So I've already used a lot of my ascensions. And I have 2 to use right now, so we're gonna do that. But basically, this is my skill tree. And once you hit New Game Plus, you continue to earn ascensions and experience as you play, and you can continue to add new talents and upgrade your character and do more with your ascensions and everything. And it's really great. You can try completely different equipment and upgrade all of that. And you can keep doing New Game Plus as much as you like. Some people have done as many as like 13 or 15 New Game Pluses. I think a few people have even done more than that. Excuse me. And there's also, so before you even hit New Game Plus, when I can't show you right now because I'm already in New Game Plus, but once you get to the epilogue, it's a whole chapter. Like once you basically complete the story, there's a ton for you still to do before you go into New Game Plus if you want to do it in normal game. That includes all of the Shroud Fanes. So there's like 6 big bosses in these pocket dimensions called Shroud Fanes, scattered across the world of Aveum. You might come across some of them just as you're playing through, but you might not. So definitely seek them out. Talk to Hauser. He's a cool character. You can find him in the Palathon until you can't. And then you can find him in Kalthus. But he's great. And just in general, look for them and you'll find them. They're on the maps. I'll show you the map in just a second. But they are on the maps. I don't think there's one. This is what they look like. A Shatter Fane. Is there one for Shroud Fanes? This is what a Shroud Fane looks like. So Shroud Fanes, if you can see below me right here, the little green door, that's a Shroud Fane. And a door with a check mark is a completed Shroud Fane. So there isn't one on this map right now, I don't think. Yeah. none in this early map. But you'll see them. This is what they look like. And those are those pocket dimensions. So look for those on the map and try to check them out. And you can do those end game. I recommend doing them kind of a little bit later. Definitely not early game because they're much more challenging. So everything that you experience in the base game progresses in challenge as you play. But Shroud Fanes are like a level beyond that. And then Shatter Fanes are a level beyond even that. Shatter Fanes are part of the free DLC that we put out many months ago. Sorry, 1 second. So Shatter Fanes are part of the Echolector DLC that we put out. It's a free DLC that included New Game Plus and also the Echolector new content. So that includes these extra challenging Shatter Fane locations. There's some new lore. There's a big boss called the Echolector, and that's how you find them. At the start of the stream today, I was in Kalthus and I was looking up at a purpley glowy thing on the left side. That was a Shatter Fane. Kind of like Proving Grounds, yes. Similar in a way. But yeah, so you've got to do all of that. And then there's a bunch of like little side questy things that you can do as well. And there's Metroidvania-esque stuff if you go back to the earlier areas of the game, like I mentioned before. So there's definitely end game stuff you can do before you even jump into New Game Plus. And then there's also New Game Plus in answer to your question. We're still talking about talents. Okay, so talents. I'll go over the blue tree first and just like, I'll talk about what matters to me the most, like how I kind of went about this. Anything that gives me extra critical damage, anything that increases blue magic power, or my blue sigil magic, or vortex, that's this ability. All of that was very important for this build because it's based on using the javelin, and that is all about crits and it's all about blue magic, right? So sharpshooter, you have to get this and it's super helpful. And then your shield abilities are also really incredible in this game. But just like I said, first let's go over increases the blue magic power. Dominion is like your ultimate in this game, basically. It's your super strong spell. You gain the mana for that just by combat, attacking and killing enemies, and you can generate more of it by using these talents and using your blue sigil, like your basic blue magic pretty much helps you, and even your furies I think help you generate Dominion mana. So these are really helpful skills just going down the line. This topper, Deadshot, is especially awesome. It stacks up to 3 times. It increases damage taken from blue magic sources to a maximum of 25% bonus damage. So that's basically what I have, is that full increase. And then these are kind of the side things, right? So these all help my blue sigil. Totally obvious. These help shatter, and I definitely didn't focus on this at first. I focused on this the moment that I got Vortex, but shatter is really useful for breaking shields if you're far away, or if there's multiple enemies and you don't want to javelin multiple enemies at once. You can also have them home in on enemies, and it's just really nice to upgrade that. Vortex is the spell that I use by far the most with Javelin because it clumps enemies together. And then I also use Time Burst a lot, which slows them down. It's really great. You're gonna play it now. Have fun, Kurt. Is it on Game Pass now? Is it available? Can somebody check and let me know? I think it might be, Rinoku. They didn't tell us what time it actually was gonna be on Game Pass. My guess was that it would hit at 9 a.m. Pacific, but it sounds like it's available now. Maybe, possibly. So enjoy, Kurt. If somebody can check for me and let me know if it's actually on Game Pass yet, I would super appreciate it. But yeah, basically, all the talents for Vortex are really great and super helpful. And then some of these side talents are also really great. My shield, increasing my shield. It explodes when it breaks and knocks back enemies, which is really nice when you're trying to get a little bit of distance, so you have the time to kind of pull your javelin back and throw it, aim a little bit. Increases the health of the shield, also super good. Increases the health of the shield even more. Makes your shield invulnerable once you activate it. Great talents. And then these are really important. These are combination diarch skills. So you see how it's a little bit blue and a little bit green? You have to have some points in the green skill tree in order to get these blue abilities, blue-green abilities, as well as having points in the blue tree, of course. This means that using a health crystal resets your shield's cooldown and fully restores all shield health. So if your shield breaks and then your health goes down and you use a health crystal, you can basically, it heals your shield as well, which is so nice. And then using blink, which is your dodge, also resets your shield's cooldown and restores 20% of maximum shield health, which is amazing. Thank you, Neff. Oh my god, so cool. I'm so excited to hear what you think. One big tip for everyone, I can't remember if this was in the previous update or is coming in the next update. I actually don't remember. I'm so sorry. I think it might have been in the previous update, but just in case it wasn't, if you're playing on PC, when you first start to play, okay, go into your settings menu, and I think it's at the bottom of this. Yeah, so under gameplay, just scroll all the way down and make sure you turn mouse smoothing off. Just turn this off. It may already be off by default because either in the next update or in the previous update, we made sure that it would be off when you first start up the game. But just double check. Yeah, because this, you'd never see it. Like if you don't scroll or you don't check the settings, you're not as obsessive as me. And obsessive is a nice way to say it. You might not know that this is even there. And it makes a massive difference. Just turn it off. Trust me. So yeah. Pro tips. You wouldn't notice and go bananas. Yeah, that happened to me. It's happened to me since then because I've installed and reinstalled multiple versions of the game. And I know it's there. So yeah, definitely turn that off. But yeah, where was I? Talents. It's on Game Pass in your region. Nice, Mental Mars. Thank you so much. Okay, so I know I promised you this build, so I'm going over it now. I don't know if you were here for the start of it, but it's basically in this video. And I will get you screenshots as well. I'm so sorry. It's a little taken me forever. There's been so much going on that I couldn't talk about. So, because we couldn't tell you guys about Game Pass until Xbox announced it, and then Xbox announced it without telling us. They just, PlayStation did the same thing. It's just how things are done. Can you use mouse and keyboard on console? No, not without using an adapter. So they did not, that was not something that Ascendant did. They didn't make it like, you basically have to go through a bunch of extra steps to make it possible to use mouse and keyboard on console. We're doing it live, yes. Thank you. I went over the gear earlier, but let me know if you need me to like go deeper into something. And just, I will definitely do it off stream as well. I'm so sorry. But yeah, we're doing it live, basically. We're talking about the blue talents right now. But yeah, so you can't natively use mouse and keyboard on console. I personally, when I'm playing on console, like with other games, or if I'm playing this game on console, although I haven't really done anything except mess around in the menus, but I have to use an adapter to use keyboard and mouse. Enjoy, Rinoku, have fun. I hope you have a great time in the game. Okay, so this increases your movement speed when using the shield spell. This is my favorite skill. If you use shield, you need this. Trust me, the difference between how quickly you move is massive. It's so helpful. This is also really, really beneficial. Enemies are knocked back when they attack your shield. It just gives you more distance. So unless you're like a super in-your-face kind of fighter, this is nice. Even if you are a super in-your-face kind of fighter, this is nice because you can always get closer using your red magic abilities. If you're like super in your face, you're probably focusing on red magic and just doing a little bit of blue magic. I recommend going for this talent early because it just helps. And then these are the vortex ones I went over, and I haven't put many points into Lash just because I haven't needed to, but I might, because there's some Shroud Feigns that are kind of hard without this. So, but first, let's go over my green abilities. So I've definitely put a lot of points. I'm pretty sure this is my New Game Plus Plus build because I just started New Game Plus Plus, but I'd already played through New Game Plus once. I think on this save. So a lot of things are filled out. But some of the ones that are really helpful, shield spells. When your shield is hit, you're healed for 25% of the damage taken by the shield. Critical hits from sigil strikes have a chance, 25% chance to generate a segment of fury mana, which is awesome and lets me cast things like Time Burst and Vortex more often. Now, Time Burst is great because it slows down time in an area of effect, not just an individual spot like where you throw limpets. And so the only issue I have with Time Burst, it slows me down as well. Limpets don't do that. So limpets are sometimes a better choice. And I'm actually definitely going to put more points into limpets because I haven't put any points into limpets, and I think I should be using them more. Because initially playing the game, like if I wasn't on New Game Plus, now, like knowing everything that I know now, I probably would start focusing on blue magic and definitely get these limpets early and leveled up early. And once I get a javelin, any javelin, I would use limpets with javelin until I could get Time Burst and Vortex and a better javelin. Because this just really makes it so much easier to like have that little bit of time to aim your javelin well. It's great. When the trial downloads, they catch in these hands. Nice, Red Robin. That's so awesome. Yeah, and then these are great if you're using red and blue magic together. I may add these, especially Decay, because Time Burst applies Decay, and this would... oh, this is just melee with Decay. Okay, so, I mean, I might or might not. I probably will do this. This will be really helpful, because I'm trying to use Blink more, and Blink would increase my armor by 100% for, by 100 points for 2 seconds, which is great. This is Torrent. I maxed this out early. This is just a really nice green magic fury. I love it. It homes in on enemies. You can hit them from almost anywhere. It's just a great skill to have. Okay, I think I don't have any ascensions now, but I'll go over the red magic. You can see my red magic talent tree is a little bit sad, so we're gonna put some more points into it today for sure. We'll add some corrosion abilities. You can see, like, one of the reasons that I have the gear that I have that helps with red magic, like these 2 rings, and the red kind of boost that you get here, I need them. I honestly need them. Like, even this, my Disrupt focuses on blue critical damage, which boosts my Javelin's abilities, but these right now are my best choice because my red magic has just not been fleshed out at all. I think once I put more points into this red talent tree, I'll definitely switch up my rings to help my javelin more, I think. Epic Force Ring, more blue magic and sigil power, or the Crushing Ring, more vortex duration plus dominion generation. Ooh, more vortex, more better. You're probably only going to use red. That's really cool. That's really cool. That's the beauty of this game. It accommodates so many different play styles and different kind of favorite ways to do everything. It's really great. You can do all kinds of different builds, all kinds of different combinations. So do keep in mind when you see blue shields, red will work against them, but it'll just take much longer to get through them if you're using not blue. Same thing goes for green regen or red armor. Just keep that in mind. So that's why when you're playing through from the beginning, you don't want to completely focus on one tree. You want to be able to put a few points into the other skill trees as well, talent trees, because you're going to need to use a little bit of the other two sometimes. Maybe not all the time. My watch is just telling me about literally every single Twitter thing that I have done in the last several days. I'm going to have to turn that off. Okay. You did a blink plus red magic build, fast point blank combat. Ooh, that's cool. That's really cool. That it sounds like super fun. You need a little bit of green to make that work, right? So focusing on red, but using probably some of these, like this one, and anything that helps blink, right? Gain +1 blink charge, reduce the cooldown of blink. So even just a few points in green, like I think you need this one to get this one, but it's worth it. It's really worth it. It'll help you. So yeah, I think I'm gonna focus on getting some more ascensions so we can power up that red skill tree and then switch my rings up to make the javelin even better. Yeah. You think you'll focus on red and blue and no green? That's cool too. That's cool too. All right. I think that's everything for the build, but let me know if I missed anything. Mental Mars. You're the best.
Troll. What are they doing out here?
I love that I can still move while powering up the javelin. That is one thing that's really nice about using the javelin in this game. There are some other games where you have a weapon that kind of requires a hold and release like this. That's what I'm doing. I'm basically holding down ADS, or I'm holding down the fire button, not ADS, sorry. I'm holding down the fire button to charge it, and then when I release is when it actually fires. And there are definitely lots of games that have a similar kind of weapon type, and a lot of the time I feel like you can't move nearly as freely as you can in this game, and I love that I can move so freely in this game. Also, I should be using my shield more. Ah. You're not dead yet? Oh my god. Ow. Sir. Okay. How are you alive? Okay. There we go. Blink is the quick dodge, but you can use it to quickly move around. Red magic sigils are your shotgun-like weapon. Yes, exactly. See, Mental Mars. Go to Mental Mars for all your gameplay tips. He's just amazing. For both Immortals and Borderlands and Wonderlands. Just saying. He's great. You completed the game. It's awesome. It challenged you on some parts because you were playing on the hardest difficulty, but mixing and creating synergies made it a breeze with the right mods fitted. Yeah. Yeah, like, honestly, the right set of skills and the right set of gear will help you so much and get you through a lot of challenging parts of the game. Just look at how beautiful it is, too. I have seen this game so much. Like, I've played, I think Steam only has like something like 300 hours recorded for me, but I've honestly probably put over 1,000 hours into this game, playing on my work account and playing different builds and all the things. And every time I play through it, I'm just in awe of how beautiful it is. Oh. Oh. So these guys, it's really great to use your disrupt on them because they're butts, and you will spell break and stun them if you use your disrupt on them. You don't have a Steam past 40. Yeah. There's a few games that I have spent an absolutely silly amount of time in. This one, Destiny, Borderlands, EVE Online. Oh god, I have no idea what the count is for that one. I'd be curious. I don't know if I actually had that game on Steam. I don't think I did, because I used different launchers. There's my blink. Excuse me, sir. Okay, not good. I don't have hover yet. Okay. Made it. We made it. Okay. All good now. I haven't even used a Fury yet. You have 3,000 hours on Gary's mod. You don't remember ever playing it? What? That's cute. You like the fast running? Nice. Me too. Okay, I have already drank so much water that I already need to use the restroom. I'm gonna go ahead and do that real quick, you guys. I'll be right back. In just a moment. Okay. I will be back in just a sec, you guys. I'm so sorry. I actually probably should leave you with a dev when they show up, but I don't think I can wait. Okay, I'll leave you with a beautiful view. I shall return in 2 minutes. TRP. Sorry, friends. Oh. My hips. My hips. My hippies. Okay. Back to the video game of awesomeness. Okay. Where am I supposed to go next? I think this way? Yes. I think this is the way I go. But I need to do that. Can I do that right now? I think I can. Yeah, there's a little chesty chest in here. There's a part here that, or around here somewhere that I can't do yet. But this part I can do. I always forget which puzzles I can do right away and which ones I can't do until later. I'll get myself confused. Wait, I'm supposed to go that way. But I get there this way. Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah. You love a game with good puzzles? That's awesome. Then you'll enjoy this for sure. Look at the beautiful greenery.
A spell altar.
Ooh, and some lore. Why, thank you. I'll take that. Which one is J? Ooh.
Spell altars. These ancient Aristean monuments can be found scattered across Aveum. If you're a Magnus and you walk right up to one, sometimes they'll give you spells or equipment, for free even. Why the Aristea left these all over the place is a bit of a mystery. The going theory is that they're emergency caches, but the question on my mind is this: what type of emergency are the Aristea expecting? It feels like a lifetime ago since the Rishardians drove us out of Thaven's Point. There were almost 50 of us on the run then. By the time we reached these ruins, our numbers had dwindled to less than half. At first I was glad that the Light's army had set up this refugee camp. But the rain, it's ceaseless. It's enough to drive me mad.
I'm gonna read these to you guys during this playthrough, because I didn't in any other playthrough before, and it's kind of fun. Okay, there's something I wanted to do. Oh, I just wanted to look up which key does that, but I think it might be easier to just... Okay, it's basically Z. J, but it's Z. Okay, cool. Very cool. 30 seconds left. Oh my gosh, Red Robin, I'm so excited for you. Definitely let me know what you think once you're playing it. Obviously, you don't have to if you don't want to stop playing it. But at some point, the next time I see you, let me know what you think. I get a new thing! Oh, whoops. Wrong button. Wrong button. Cool. Oh, very, very cool. Alright. New stuff. And now we go this way. Oh, wait, there's enemies. So that's Bash. And you can see exactly how awesome it is. And that's Torrent. Yeah. That's Vortex, which I love. Vortex is like my absolute favorite because it just brings all the enemies to one spot. And that is extremely handy. Okay. And that's all we need. Get some coins. Pick up some stuff from a little chest over here. Or a little barrel. I always think that this arm is like about to snap its fingers for some reason. Okay. That's right. Good stuff. Good stuff. Oh, I need to go down here. I don't have hover yet. I think I can still make those. Can I? I might not be able to. Nope. Can't do it yet. That's okay. I've got this. And then I also have this. So it's an extra 5% discount. Wait, did I move it all the way? That's all the way closed. I did move it all the way. I just have to go all the way up. Okay, I forgot. The biggest chocolate cupcake. Hey, Aaron, how are you doing? It's so nice to see you. Good morning. Okay, we made it. But yeah, so it's an extra 5%, but if the game is already on sale, then the 5% gets added to the overall discount. So it's a bonus discount either way. So if you're getting 55%, that's awesome. Even better. Even better. Yeah, it's on Game Pass now. You've had a rough week. Oh, the rest is much needed. Well, I hope you get some awesome rest, Aaron. I know what that's like.
Sir, a Rashanian airship wearing
I'm gonna need a cappuccino in a minute.
my location. Going to check it out.
Negative.
Maybe I'll wait till the devs get here so you guys have someone to talk to.
Anyway.
It's not bearing for the front at all, sir.
I feel that.
They seem
Aaron.
interested in some kind of
I'm glad
temple
you're
way
here
out
now and hanging out with
Order
us.
Magnus is beyond you, Jack.
Debatable.
Dinner time in Holland. Thank you, Mental Mars. Thank you so much.
Sir,
I hope you have a
it's the
great
hand.
evening.
sure?
Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for all your support. You're an absolute rock star. And I will get you
Okay, then.
screenshots after the stream.
Definitely sure. This just got very important, sir.
Agreed. You're clear for recon only. Follow, but do not engage. Find out what the hand is looking for.
Kirkin.
I could get you the whole save file if you
Maybe
want. Would
engage
that
a
be
little.
better? What would you prefer, screenshots or the save file? You let me know. The shatter is so perfect for these shields.
They went down that hole.
Everybody's gone. Hype. I'm so glad you like it. This is Oh, my window is not big enough. Confronting the Master. Confronting the Master, that's what this is called. But this is in that Immortals of Aveum playlist. Oh, we have a Bogan. We have our first dev guest on stream. Yes, you are. Okay, hold on. Talk for me for a sec? No, I'm trying to figure out. Just keep talking for a sec. Anything. Say, how awesome was your morning? Oh, whoops. Oh no. What, yes, everybody can hear you. That's okay. She's awesome. That's all you guys need to know. She's really cool. Much cooler than all of us, although you're pretty cool, Bogan. I mean, you worked on all of this gorgeousness, so... No? I know. But I do take breaks. I do take breaks in between. And honestly, like, I was just saying this to stream a minute ago. I'll do that before I fix the thing. But every single time I launch this game, I'm just in awe of how beautiful it is. And the gameplay is so fun that every time it's a good time. It's just like coming back to like your favorite TV show or movie or book or something like that, you know? It's like, it's almost cozy. Yeah. I 100%. I don't think it's a problem. I think it's a good problem to have. Okay, I'm just trying to figure out how to turn off my Slack notifications because your audio is coming through the same thing as the Slack notifications. Notify me about nothing. That should turn it off. It's bad. It means I have to just make sure I occasionally glance at the side monitor, but it's fine. No, you're perfect. It's just a quirk of Ping and Chrome. It works best. So the software that I'm using to have our awesome dev guests join us is called Ping, and it's really great. But for some reason, there's a quirk where no matter what output I tell it to have for the audio from Ping, it ignores what I'm saying and outputs it to my default. And my default is the same as the default for Slack, and I can't change it because Slack, I also can't use Slack, the app. I have to use Slack through Chrome as well. Maybe if I changed it and used it through like Firefox or something, maybe I'll do that next time. That would be a good way to fix it. So anyway, back to the video game. We have now with us, you guys, for everyone on all of the channels, this is Dave Bogan. He is our senior art director on Immortals of Aveum, and he's awesome. All of this gorgeousness, he and Julia and their team are responsible for the eye candy that we are looking at. I can't do this yet. Have to go down into the big hole. I just really love looking at all of this. Like, it's just all of the plant life and all of the ruins and all of it. And there's just something about the gameplay in this game that's so satisfying that, like Bogan was saying, you just get hooked every time, no matter how many times you've done it. Wait, you guys can't hear Dave? Oh, I know why. Okay, I'm sorry. So they couldn't hear you, but they'll be able to in a second.
Oh, good.
Okay, now they can hear you.
Oh, hello, everybody.
sorry about that. Dave, I will repeat what he said for you guys. So just a minute ago, he was saying how every time he plays this, he gets hooked again, even though he's literally looked at it all 100,000 times. Because there's just something about it that hooks you, no matter what.
And then I said I have problems.
I know. And I said, what a good problem to have.
Yes.
Thank you so much for letting me know that, Aaron. No plan survives first contact, and no stream is test proof. Test dirt proof. Definitely. There's always something. There's so many steps that I always miss something. Link, hello as well. How are you doing? So do you guys have any questions about the art or anything else for Dave? Let me know. Okay, that's where I need to go. I need to be close to those. Okay, I don't think there's a timer on these though. There's another blue one somewhere that I'm forgetting about. The other red one. Oh, there it is. Okay. Just gotta look around. Here we go. Puzzle time. I keep forgetting I don't have hover yet. It's fine. It's fine. I got this. So I was thinking about just doing, focusing on Echolector stuff, Dave, this morning, but I think I'm going to save that for tomorrow because people that were jumping into the stream at the start were really excited for Game Pass. We still have a bunch of them here, but some of them have already jumped into Game Pass. It's now available. So everybody's playing. But they were really curious about what the start of the game looked like, and they wanted to see like the overall experience. Some people won't get to play until later tonight or even this weekend, so they wanted to see it from the start. So I just went to New Game Plus Plus, because why not?
Who's Mental Mars? What's that?
Mental Mars is a rock star. He is the creator of the Immortals of Aveum wiki
Beyond me, huh?
on his website, mentalmars.com. And so he's put out
I haven't seen that yet.
Really? Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's literally on mentalmars.com. So you just go to mentalmars.com. Yeah. He has a whole section for Immortals of Aveum, and there's gear guides and talent tree guides and map guides and all kinds of guides that will help you with your playthrough if you want the help.
Wow.
Yeah. It's really cool.
Connor Fry says, I love Immortals. I love Connor Fry. That's what I thought.
Guys are the best. There are enemies all around me. I'm so happy I cut my nails short recently.
Okay.
And I can actually feel the keyboard again. What is the green goop? So it's life magic. So anytime you see these enemies kind of like twirling their big magic staves around, all of the items that you see basically help focus magic in this world, right? So your sigil, your totems, the staves the enemy magni use, any kind of equipment like that. And there's a lot of magic tech kind of equipment, magitech equipment in this world. And it's
Magitech.
all...
I haven't heard that for a long time.
Yeah. And
Magitech.
it all just like focuses magic in different ways. So it helps the magni kind of get the magic to do specifically exactly what they want. You've already downloaded on your Xbox Labala. Awesome! Pretty much everything has a wiki. That's true. But Mental Mars wiki is particularly good, in my opinion. Get me through! Ah.
You still with me, Jack? What happened to the hand?
She rabbited with some kind of artifact. Aristean by the look of it. I couldn't stop her.
Understood. Get back to the front as fast as you can. We've got soldiers pinned down by that howler near the West Passage gate.
I'm on my way.
Oh no, not the Howler. That's actually one of my favorite enemies. It's so cool looking. Oh, I can't get through here yet. Okay. One thing to note about New Game Plus, there are a couple of, I'd call them almost world traversal abilities. hover, which is that third jump that lets you kind of like stay afloat for a while, and ward breaker, which lets you punch this to get through force fields like this, and a couple of other things. You need to wait until you get those grapple, which lets you use your lash ability to grapple up to anchors that are like kind of in various locations of the game. You need to re-get those as you play through, because it just works that way in our game, in this game. Who knows for future opportunities, but in this game, that's how it works. So you do lose those temporarily, but you keep all of your other talents, and you keep all of your gear and all of your upgrades, and you have space to upgrade further in New Game Plus. I always hit the wrong key for this. But then, okay, so I'm gonna warn you, Bogan, when I read these, I'm reading the lore to people now today. It's the change in this playthrough, because why not? But also I read it with a funny voice, so enjoy.
Shroud Fanes and Sentience. Shroud Fanes have a limited magical intellect. They can often read the situation and needs of any Magnus standing before them. In the days of their creators, most say the Aristea, others the Aeon, the Shroud Fanes generally only provided spells and gear appropriate to communing with magical forces, studying the Pentasod, or maintaining the health of the ley lines. In modern times, however, Shroud Fanes have learned the more warlike needs of their pilgrims, and tend to only provide spells and gear appropriate for warfare. Thousands of years of serving the needs of the Everwar have left the remaining Shroud Fanes a little scattered, neurotic, and burned out. Because of this, sometimes their ability to read their pilgrims' needs might be a little skewed.
That was awesome.
I'm glad you enjoy it.
We should record you and put that in the game.
I would totally gladly do that anytime.
It'd be like, you could be some kind of construct, a lore construct or something.
That's, yeah, sure. I would love that.
You could be the voice of the war room table.
Ooh, oh my god.
Yes.
That would be really cool. I'm about to get eaten potentially, but that would be really, really cool.
Did you ever play Tales from the Borderlands from Telltale?
I did.
You just reminded me of Gortys.
Yes! Oh my
Gortys.
gosh! I love Gortys. She's one of my favorite video game characters. Right next to Gladys. In fact, if Gortys and Gladys could, like, have a tea party, I would just want to be a fly on the wall. I feel like that would be so fun.
Nice.
That would be awesome. I just used the wrong thing, but that's fine. But yeah, I love Gortys. Did you guys know that Dave worked on the Telltale games? He was a Telltale artist and dev for a very long time, and is responsible for some of my personal favorite video games ever, including
13 years.
Yeah. What was do you have a favorite that you worked on while you were at Telltale? I can't remember if I've asked you before.
I mean, I guess Wolf Among Us is probably the favorite.
Fair.
But I don't know, each one, like, kind of different phases. Like, I really liked working on Monkey Island.
Ooh.
And Sam and Max series. Those were cool too.
Yeah.
I liked, and Tales that was a sweet one to work on too. Tales of the Borderlands.
Yeah, definitely. Oh. I'm just gonna.
And then, of course, Walking Dead. There's just so many good ones. It's hard to pick one. But I think I feel closest to Wolf.
Oh. He's so big and mean. And cool! Oh my god. And he's gonna wreck me if I don't pay attention. Ah! Wrecking my shield like a boss. Because he is a boss. You loved Walking Dead 1, and shout out to the Strong Bad games, yes! question for
Oh,
Dave.
Strong Bad. I forgot. That was the one that when we first started talking about doing that game, I was like, I really have to work on this. And then we started working on it, and I fell in love with it completely. The Chapman brothers are amazing. They're super funny dudes, and I don't know. It's a very, very catchy license. You can't help but love it.
So cool. Question for you, Dave. How did you come about the various designs for architecture in this game? Oh, God.
Oh, boy. Well, I can't take a lot of credit for the architecture. There were a few other art directors involved in projects. Stephen Babb was on early, and Julia took over later to help drive concept for all that stuff.
Cool.
But let me think about that. Architecture. So what I can say about it is, like, very early on, we tried to, like everybody does, when making faction-based world inhabitants and the marks they leave on the world, you try to set their style different from one another. So very early on, we decided that the Lucians needed to be kind of utilitarian and waste not, want not, not very flashy.
You had something to do with that.
So you'll notice
My part, sir.
that in the world, a lot of their things are just built out of stone. And of course, they have crystal in there because that helps. Crystals are almost like batteries, if you will, or sometimes lenses for magic. So often in the architecture, you'll see crystal. What else? Stone and wood. Nothing fancy. Very utilitarian. We used a lot of the accoutrement you see in the architecture, like lamps or rugs or sconces and things like that. A lot of that stuff was inspired by mood boards that we started to create at the very beginning of the project. So I can take a little bit of credit for that. But awesome works of the past from like Frank Lloyd Wright, Charles René McIntosh. If you look those names up and look at their architecture or their other things like light screens or furniture, a lot of that stuff was driven and pretty heavily influenced by those aesthetics. So that's where the Lucian style kind of came from. And then the Rishardian stuff, we kind of used Art Nouveau kind of as a leaping board a little bit. It's kind of a far stretch, like when you look at the Rishardian stuff, but it was definitely one of the inspirational things, especially for filigree and kind of lots of arcs and rounded details on things. We didn't get to ship Risharn in the game, but you can see some Rishardian styled vehicles and like the ships, some other small things that they've kind of brought along to other parts of the world.
The sail ships are so incredible. My throat is just not having it today. I'm gonna need to make a hot drink in a second. What was I saying?
Yeah, the sail ships were, the cool thing about the sail ship was like they wanted Stephen wanted to drive the design of that thing to mimic, almost like the Rishardian people had taken inspiration from something else in the world, like a creature. So you'll see that they kind of look like a flying sea cow whale or something like that. And it was so cool. The design ended up so cool that we're like, oh, well, now we got to make the creature. So we did make the creature. You can see the Krakens flying around in the Shrouded Realm, and that's basically what the Rishardians used as inspiration. So sometimes in art, you kind of work backwards, and that's okay.
This is how you find out Dev secrets, because I actually just posted recently about the sail ships, and I said, and this is true, the Rishardians came up with the sail ship design based on dreams that they had. That's according to the lore of those creatures in the Shrouded Realm. But in the actual development of the game, the sail ships came first.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
there's some really cool images I kind of want to show you guys. Trying to think of the easiest way to do that.
Also, Michael makes the lore so much cooler.
Yeah.
Like how much cooler is it that the Risharnians were inspired by dreams and not by actually seeing the animal?
Right?
That is so cool.
Because the Magni of the world dream of the Shrouded Realm. Like, it's almost like they sometimes visit, and they sometimes do visit the Shrouded Realm while they're sleeping. They're very much connected. And so they must have seen these creatures there, and that's how they came up with the sail ships. And it's just so cool. I want to show you the concept art and what I'm talking about. And I know that I just posted it, so I can find it. If you guys just give me 1 second, I'm gonna go to this other scene so you guys can still hear us, but you can't see the game for just a sec or see us. But give me 1 moment and I'll find it for you. Ah, perfect. I went right to what I needed. Okay. Oh, I can do it this way. Perfect. Okay. So I'm just showing you guys the concept art right now. And Dave, you can see it on the screen too. This is some of the concept art. So this is a sail ship. And this is the Pentasod. And this is kind of a spoilery image, but it's really, 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 really cool that this sail ship, it looks so organic, right? It really looks like a creature. And this is basically a flying mechanical, technical, magitech thing. And it's based on that. That is the actual creature, or at least that's the concept art for the creature. They look very purpley in the game because of the purpliness of the Shrouded Realm, and they're absolutely even more beautiful in purple. I love them. You thought it was a dragon? That's so cool. But yeah, these are some more images of the sail ships and a little bit of a close-up here. So like, how incredibly cool that this whole design came first before the actual creature. It inspired the creature to the devs, but in the lore, the creature inspired the design of the ships. It's amazing. I just think that's so cool. I really wanted to share that with you guys. Thank you for being patient with me. Let's see, can I just do this? Yes. Awesome. Back to the video game. Yeah, if you want to take a closer look at those images, you can find them on the Immortals of Aveum Twitter. It's just Immortals Aveum, I think. And you can also find them on our threads, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube community, whichever one. I always hit the wrong key. F is E, F is E, must remember.
Jack, the big day
Oh,
finally arrives, huh?
I didn't finish my architecture
Oh yeah,
That
please
news
do.
traveled fast.
lecture.
Kirkman might have let on that she thought you were ready for the lecture.
So one of the coolest ones is actually the Aristean architecture.
Oh, intuition is
So
really
the Aristeans were kind of like a race of Magni who
Never got that
grew so powerful,
the whole time.
too powerful for their own good, so to speak. So they kind of eradicated themselves from the planet.
Maybe.
But they built these cities. I think the lore says like over a period of like something insane, like a year or something.
You
They
should visit
basically
the wall
went
if you
from
think it's sort of before
nothing to
Good
like
idea.
bigger than Rome, like huge, expansive cities. And the way that they would build their architecture was with magic. So we wanted to figure out a way to kind of represent that in the old ruins that you see. And if you look at kind of like the busted piece, if you get up real close to the walls, I think you can see some kind of like an oily sheen, like a rainbow-esque kind of sheen. So that kind of speaks to the magic a little bit in the stonework. And they actually grew the stone, much like bone or coral, with magic. So if you look at all the busted pieces of the architecture, you can see this kind of honeycomb-ish, Tefoni hole kind of like material. And you know that bone is really strong because of the way it's constructed. It's not solid. It's lightweight because it's kind of that web of kind of like honeycombish looking stuff. So we figured we would make them build the architecture the same way with magic, and that gives them these like really giant solid shapes instead of building things with little stones. And on the inside, it's got the magic flows through almost like bone marrow into the buildings.
That's so cool.
Yeah, I think that's rad.
Yeah, that is incredible. The map reminds you of the one from Batman. Oh, interesting. That's cool. I haven't played the Batman games. At some point, they're on my very, very long list. You guys just saw me messing around with the forge, which is basically where you upgrade and craft items and do everything that you want to do with your gear. So it's a great place to go. You have to check it out in this interaction that you have with Captain Selko, who's actually a really cool character. And like I said, you can deconstruct items to get resources. Like if you have some items that you're not using, I don't really need the resources because I've been playing kind of a lot. But if you need the resources, you can absolutely deconstruct things that you're not using that if you have a preference for something else. So, and different items have all kinds of different benefits. Like if you look at the stats, they're over here, some will increase recoil or decrease recoil, increase dominion mana, increase shield regen, do all kinds of different things, increase magic power. Really pay attention to the kind of bonus stats that tend to be on all of your different pieces of gear, because like we were talking about earlier in the stream when I was going over this build, you can really create incredible synergies that make the game even easier and more fun to play. Or you can even challenge yourself further. Like if you're not that great with things like headshots, you can improve your headshots by getting the right kind of build, and then it makes it more fun to practice doing them, right? And you only get better by practice. So you can make yourself whatever kind of build you want, and that's one of the beautiful things about this game. Okay. You just saw that name in the opening credits. You saw your name, Dave.
Cautious, Jack.
Two, my name?
Got
Oh,
incredibly large and
nice.
small around the clock here in Lordsville.
Isn't that cool?
That was a fun little project to work on, the opening
Yeah.
credits. I think that was
Worm drifts have collapsed near the Orem.
Ryan Rasmussen, one of our basically our cinematic
It feels like it's growing
director
faster, huh?
and
Cool.
longtime
When I was a
animator
kid,
who I also
it
worked
was
with at
just
Telltale.
this abstract
He
void
is
I
amazing.
lived over.
So he basically did all the poses and compositions for the shots.
Wow.
And then I kind of like, it's kind of funny. You think, but you don't really think about the work that goes into stuff sometimes. But in order to get those characters in a freeze frame, I had to, we as I said, Ryan posed them out and in animation, exported the animation,
See you later.
and then I had to re-export the meshes from Unreal back into Maya and pose the cloth by hand,
Oh, wow.
painstakingly, because the cloth was just kind of like boop, like draping.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and sometimes it like cuts through the meshes in kind of ugly ways that you mostly don't notice when the characters are moving around in the game. But when it's supposed to look like a statue or frozen time,
Yeah.
cloth didn't work properly. So I had to export it back into Maya, pose the cloth in Maya, and then re-export them as static meshes so they
Wow.
weren't freaking out all the time. And then I had a lot of fun doing the lighting and kind of atmospheric stuff in there
That's so
with some help
cool.
from Sanjay, our lead writer. Yeah, it was cool.
That's really,
It's
really
fun.
cool. Yeah, this game is on Steam, Amnesia. Hi, by the way. It's great to see you. There is a free demo on Steam and free trials on both consoles, Xbox and PlayStation. And right now it's available, actually permanently now, it's available on Game Pass or EA Play. So whichever, I think you get both if you have one or the other. But basically on PC, you can get it for included with your Game Pass or EA Play membership. And you can also, if you're not a member of Game Pass, you can try the free demo on Steam, and then you get an extra bonus 5% discount if you purchase the full version of the game after playing.
Yay! I was just gonna say, you know what's better than free?
Yeah.
buying it so that we can make a second one.
Yeah. We've had a bunch of
That
people
would be-
ask about a sequel and or more DLC, like in the stream, especially earlier. And I tell everyone, just let your friends know about the game. Tell them they should check it out for themselves. And the more people play, the more people talk about it, the more people download it through Game Pass. It all helps. Every little bit helps a lot, actually. So the more of you
Yes.
guys are out there playing it, the better. Makes so much more things possible. The world design is still so incredible. Oh, Maurice, I'm so glad you think so. You're having issues downloading through Xbox, but it's fine with EA Play. Okay, cool. Thanks for letting me know, Neff. Is there like an error that you're getting through Xbox? If you want to like send me a screenshot in Discord or something like that, I will do my best to let somebody know that can do something about it. Let there be a second game, please. There is literally nothing that we want more than to do more Immortals stuff. More Aveum stuff. More in this universe. More with the whole thing. That would be amazing if we could do that.
That would be amazing.
Yeah. The Xbox app says content failed to load. Ah, okay. Let me very quickly. Okay. You're trying on PC enough, right?
Morris is asking, have you guys ever thought of doing a story DLC for Immortals of Aveum, like a prequel or taking place after the end? We talk about all that stuff all the time. So, yes, we've thought of prequel, we've thought of after, we've thought of during. The cool thing about our license is that it takes place in the setting of the Everwar, which has been going on for literally thousands of years. So there's so much time and space to explore in this license that we would love to do. We'd love to do that. Love.
Yeah. Привет,
Even,
Haseo!
I mean, just like any game too, like when you're making it, there's things that you end up starting that you don't get to finish because you have to scope it out to, it's important to keep scope in mind while you're making a game because you have to reserve the end for polish and bug fixing and all that stuff. So if you're not cognizant enough along the way to know that you're overreaching and trying to build too much, which we were definitely blue skying it a bit at the beginning for the first couple of years, actually. There's so much stuff you don't get to build, and we would love to build that stuff in a DLC or prequel, sequel, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
I
It's
just mute in time. I just sneezed.
all good. It's honestly so scope creep is not a thing at all. What?
No, never.
It's so easy to just want to do everything because there's
Yeah.
so much you can do. Like between the incredible minds that work on this game, all of the artists, all of the designers, all of the engineers, there's so much they're capable of, and there's so much that Unreal Engine is capable of, and like why not do all the things? And literally time and money are like the only limiting factors ever for anything. So it's hard. It's hard when you're a creative person to just not want to go everywhere that your brain wants to go. So definitely there are some things that you guys only see in concept art, like Rasharn. There was a post on our Twitter that I put out, I want to say it was last week. Or I might be talking on my butt and talking about something that's coming soon, so please forgive me and stay tuned. I've put together so many posts recently that I don't remember which one I posted and which one's like planned. So I'm sorry. But anyway, stay tuned to the Twitter. I think I did post it at some point. But anyway, Rasharn is really beautiful, and I really, really hope that you guys get to see it someday. And
Oh my gosh, yeah. So we did what we did do was a bunch of concept during the production of Immortals and also afterwards. Like when the artists hopped off the project, like after the summer of last year, we started to build concept for the dreams that we wanted to build later on. And we did a lot of concept on Rasharn.
we have
Which is very
Jason
beautiful.
with us.
Morning.
And we also did a lot of concept on Calais,
Ooh.
in the Deep Mirror, and that was looking super cool. So one day I would love to let people see that.
Yeah, that would be amazing. Everybody welcome Jason Warnke, our lead combat designer, hanging out as well.
Good morning, Jason. Have you had your coffee today?
I'm drinking my coffee right now in the form of Red Bull. Thank you.
Nice. Very nice. I really want to get a cappuccino, even though I've already had a cappuccino, but I think I need a second one. I might
Sweet.
jump up and get that in a second.
I appreciate this person in chat, Nephilim XS. What do you mean? Scope creep totally isn't a thing. As a designer, I totally
you missed that
I
one.
believe that. Absolutely.
Not a thing at all.
No, it's easy to avoid.
Very easy.
Exactly why we have 26 spells for the players. That number was chosen intelligently, not out of necessity. Where are we at now?
So
I see you're still
I
rotting.
restarted, yeah. So I basically, I was gonna just focus on Echolector stuff because we didn't show that last set of streams, and it's really, really fun. But people that are coming in on Game Pass really wanted to see the beginning, so I just did a new game plus.
Nice.
Yeah, so we're doing that, and then tomorrow we'll definitely do Echolector stuff, I think. But I told people
I
really
want to see you beat the Echolector.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
So cool. I mean, I could reset it too. Like, if we get a little ways into the stream and everybody really wants to see Echolector stuff, I'm totally happy to just reset my save and do some Echolector stuff. Because it's a good challenge for me. If I can get. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, Echolector was fun to build because it was post-project. We talked about like what are the little things we almost did in the main game that we couldn't quite do, and so some of the boss mechanics that the Echolector has were low-hanging fruit things that we really wanted to do in the main game that we didn't quite fit. And that fight came along really nicely.
That's so cool. Yeah, it's beautiful. It's beautiful and very, very cool. Okay, so fair warning, Jason. I'm reading the lore today. That's one change from the last playthrough. And
Sounds good.
it's going to be in an interesting little voice.
Season of Dreams, the first day of the month of ordeal. Martial law. Lucium is now under martial law. As of the first day of the month of ordeal, King Valentian has officially bestowed Kirkin of House Argentine, Grand Magnus of the Immortals, and the King's Marshal of the Army of Light, full executive authority over all of Lucium. Royal correspondents in Lavenry have yet to comment on this unexpected proclamation, or the growing rumors that King Valentian himself has gone into hiding.
That doesn't sound ominous at all. Not at all.
Jason, I suggested that on the next game, Tess has to become the voice of the War Room table.
I would.
Yeah, I
Totally
wish we
be
knew
down.
about this beforehand. Vocalizing those lore texts would have been awesome
Oh, yeah.
in game
That would
with
be
that
really cool.
voice.
I could
Yeah, you
totally.
sound very magic-y.
Thank you. That's totally the goal. Is to
Did
fit
anyone
in the game
ever
world.
tell you sound like a magic table?
I feel like that's a quote that I need to like save and plaster everywhere. Did anyone ever tell me? I sound like a magic table. Perfect.
It's a very beautiful table.
It is a
And
very
it
beautiful
and it's
table.
blue.
It is blue.
It's got
I
blue
do.
in
I'm
it.
literally the table. Oh my god. Oh my god, Neff. How did you pull that out of Nightbot? I didn't even know we had quotes on Nightbot. You should add Dave's quote also. Thank you. He's adding it. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. I have the
Whoa,
best
this is
mods
a
ever.
nice bathroom. That's sweet.
These are just random things that I've said over the last 10 years of streaming and taken out of context. They're highly amusing.
Sweet.
Scattered throughout Aveum are shroud fanes, mystic regions that were built to train the Magni. Complete their challenges to gain special rewards.
I love it. I love it. I could do it in English, Russian, and probably Spanish. I have no idea what my accent would sound like with the audio effect in Spanish, but probably it would be okay. I'm not fluent in Spanish, so I would have to practice that one, but I'm learning. I'm taking a Spanish class right now with my partner and my dad via Zoom. It's so much fun because my dad lives in New York, so we can't it's kind of like this thing that we just do, even though we don't live close, to hang out. Because we end up having a lot of conversations. The teacher gives us little lessons, but also facilitates us just chatting. So like I'll be talking about my cats in Spanish ad nauseum. It's great. So eventually I can do it in Spanish.
So there's a couple questions up here
Yeah.
for Maurice or Morris. Let's see. Where did the idea of our leading man Jack come from? Well, the name Jack is literally the person who started this company has a son named Jack. So he thought he would immortalize his son by putting him in the
Let's see what we
video
did
game.
there.
Yeah. So that's where the name came from. In terms of the character, I don't know. I wish Brett was here to speak to that, but I can speak to the design a little bit, I guess. Like when we were starting out first, one of our pillars for the art design, as well as other parts of the design, the story and gameplay and everything else, was to create something that was kind of like unpredictable. So when we use the word fantasy, my mind automatically just jumps to Lord of the Rings. Even though Star Wars is considered fantasy, for some reason my brain leaps into the Dungeons and Dragons world and old medieval kind of inspired stuff. But so we needed to find a new look and a new style. So since Aveum is on a different planet and a different world, it's not Earth, we can do whatever we want and mix up timelines and inspiration from all time periods. And we ended up with an interesting mix of old world fantasy and hyper future sci-fi, I guess. So that's why you see kind of like magic floating ships flying around, and why you hear Tess say things like Magitech. So I don't know. I look at Jack's design, and one thing that we were after right away is like, okay, well, how do we represent a wizard in our game? It's not a pointy-hatted, robe-wearing, staff-wielding wizard that we're used to seeing, like in Lord of the Rings or something, or D&D. We had to come up with a new look, and of course, one of our inspirations was, the history of certain people in the company working on Call of Duty products. And the military aspect. How do we militarize wizards? And that's where our name, we chose the name Magnus or Magni for wizards, basically, to kind of create a word that inspires fear and has a little more bite to it. And we needed the wizards to look like they have the boots on the ground. They're in the trenches. They're the warriors of the world. It's not just people running around with swords. You've got Magni in the trenches, like getting hit with weapons and they're not just standing on a mountaintop casting spells around everybody. They're in the thick of it. So
They do that too, though.
What's that?
They do that too, though.
Oh yes, you can do that
pretty-
too.
Yeah.
But the costuming I think kind of represents that. So you'll see on Jack's costume he's got a lot of gear, and that directly came as inspiration from more modern military looking stuff. And then his coat design is kind of like an old, I almost think of it almost like a mix of like old medieval chainmail kind of inspired stuff, as well as like a more modern naval peacoat or something like that. So that's where the kind of like the blue color comes from. And let's see what else.
I have a
Yeah,
question.
and then he's also got some plate mail covering on parts of his costume. So it's truly a mixed mash of like time periods and inspirations from different places. So that's where
Without
Jack-
looking, Dave, can you tell us how many pockets and pouches Jack has?
One.
Good question.
I'm gonna go with 8.
Survey says looks like 8. Good job.
Did I get it right?
Let's see. 1,
Looks like
2,
it.
3,
You got 4 on the arm, 2 on the waist.
Seven.
Oh wait, actually no.
There's one
2 on the
some
waist,
back.
and
I
there's
think that's some.
Yeah,
4
there's
on the
some on
chest.
the back as
Just-
well.
Oh, good point.
I'm not sure.
count-
That's a good question.
I count 10 on the front, got across the chest, 4 on the arm, then 2 on the waist. But if there's some on the back too, then there's a little bit more.
The real question is what's in them pockets.
Yes, good question.
Where does he? I mean, where do you put all those crystals that he uses recharge with?
Exactly.
All those health crystals got to go somewhere.
I also wonder what other kind of magical gear he's got in there, because he's got that magical compass thing on his chest.
Certainly, one of those pockets is for Saren's finest.
Exactly. Yes.
Also, I'd like to bring your attention to our awesome associate art director, Julia Lichblau, who's just joined us. She's really cool.
Hi,
and
everyone.
hanging out.
Hi,
and
Julia.
I don't know if this is a question for Julia or for Dave, maybe both of you guys, but Neff asked earlier, what was the inspiration for the Shroud Fane areas, like for the actual like aesthetics of them?
Like the actual inside spaces.
Yeah.
Well, we always like had the idea. I think we designed the path first. That sort of. I guess you haven't really gotten there quite yet. But when you get to the Palathon and Jack, he's going through his initiation. There's some really cool lore about how the path is kind of sort of the sentient entity that is sort of creating this whole obstacle course to sort of test all the Magni who want to become immortals. And so we really wanted that to feel really markedly different from the rest of the architecture that you're seeing out here as you're running around through Lucium, and just make it feel like even more kind of otherworldly and alien. And even sort of more pushing sort of more of the sci-fi elements that we have aspects of in our game. And so that's why we were kind of pulling in all that sort of Greeble looking sort of Lego pieces that can just shift around. They're constantly moving, and then they're sort of embedded with this sort of purplish crystal pulsing energy. And so we had the idea that, all of the Shroud Fanes, they're places that Jack can go and sort of, and Magni can go and sort of obtain new spells and test their skills as they travel through the world. And so we sort of had the idea that maybe the entity of the path kind of created some of these other spaces, or maybe it was an earlier sort of magical civilization that crafted all of these places. So we kind of wanted to just have that through line of like visual storytelling of, okay, you're entering this space and it's more of a puzzle, and it's a place for you to just test your skills. And so you see that in the path, but then you also see that through all the various Shroud Fanes throughout the world of Aveum.
I hope that answers your question. It reminds you of Vex areas. A little.
Certainly, we used to say danger room a lot. So
Mhm.
our
Cool.
X-Men fans.
That's so cool. McSwirlton, I'm so glad to see you and so glad to hear you love the game. That's awesome. Yeah, I love the Shatterfanes. I'm sorry, the Shroudfanes. I always get them confused for some reason. I love both, but I love the Shroudfanes because I love the colors of them, the like sort of purpley blue, and how it all changes as you're running through it, and absolutely terrifies you because things are like falling out from underneath you sometimes, and it's just awesome.
Especially in the later game, when you return to the path for the second time, it's even more chaotic and sort of just echoing the drama of what is happening at the time.
Yeah, it's so fun to do some of the Shroudfanes, especially later on. I feel like you can do them early, but they're definitely extra challenging. So waiting a little bit in your playthrough to do them a little bit later till you have like a really good handle on your play style and you've gotten some upgrades is probably a good idea. Tomorrow we'll definitely do more Echollector content. Today, maybe we'll just do some extra Shroudfanes.
You want us to know something cool about the Echo Collector?
Yeah, please.
Collector. I called you Echo Collector. Okay, so you know that weapon that he has?
Yeah. The
giant
like
hammer
thing, yeah.
So if you look closely on the hammer, I don't even know if you'll get to see it. Like he just moves so quickly. But on the ends of each of that, on the head of the hammer, there's two kind of lion-inspired avian creatures on each end of the hammer.
Orphe the seer.
And
Perkins told me about you.
we took inspiration from the lions outside of the New York City Library. So
Patience and fortitude.
I think we also inscribed patience and fortitude on the hammer.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
That's so cool.
Because he's kind of like this collector type figure who is absorbing sort of all of the knowledge in the world of Avium and collecting it.
So cool.
And that's what you want to do if you want to get smart, kids. Go to the library.
I mean, yeah, basically.
I used to have to do that.
So Nev said a Destiny dev that he played with spoke about how music and other entertainment media of the time while they were developing that game influenced some of the style for visuals and sometimes music in that game. And do you feel like you guys had the same experience? So did media you consumed and music that you listened to in general, like around the time that you guys were developing Immortals, influence Immortals at all?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
It's hard not to, I mean, you can't say no to that question because we are all inspired by everything that's around us at all times.
Yeah.
But it's hard to say like any one decision was directly inspired by something. I know I played a lot of Control when it came out. Probably why I love this background behind me, because the astral realm or whatever was a really cool moment. I also thought they were the naming conventions that Remedy always comes up with their weapons and their intrigue was something that was really inspiring as well.
I also remember like God of War Ragnarok had come out kind of around that time, and so just as we were trying to imagine exploring environments and sort of these sort of lush landscapes and even just like the intricacy of the the costuming and stuff was always really beautiful in God of War. And I think that I definitely remember like pulling a lot of reference for that and like reference for how detailed they did certain props or how they created sort of their rock or crystal assets and stuff. So there's a lot of inspiration there, just of like a quality standard that we were trying to hit.
I don't know if this counts, but I was listening to a lot of Dance with the Dead when developing the core rhythm of combat. So there's probably, probably some of the tempo of combat came out of that music.
Good. Okay, that means I need to listen to that also, because I love the tempo of combat so much.
I remember very early on some of the kind of peripheral inspirations were
Absolutely no idea where to go.
like Winter Soldier from Marvel as being kind of like a tonality inspiration.
Said you'd make a great immortal.
Like if you think about the comic books and how I guess the word kitschy's all right to use, lighthearted a little bit, not always. But anyway, the Marvel movie, especially that one, Winter Soldier, really kind of made things a lot more gritty and realistic and dark, but not overly dark. So that was kind of a tonality inspiration for a lot of possibly like the writing and stuff like that.
I'm just showing them around this space. I feel like I never really spend a lot of time in this location whenever I do a playthrough, but like, look at how incredible it is.
Well, any of them actually.
It's crazy.
Oh, and another a fun thing, that wall of names actually has lists. It's a list of all of the devs.
Yeah.
It's basically our credits of all of the. It's supposed to be, you know, a list of like all of the people who have ever died in the Ever War. It's this memorial to, you know, basically a war memorial, but it's all spelled out in Lucian. And we basically took our credits of everyone who've worked on Immortals and slotted them in there.
It's so
Except
cool.
for that one person. We took that one person out.
They survived.
Just kidding.
They survived. They survived the war. But yeah, I love this space. It's so, first of all, I love these. I don't know if you guys can see them very well behind me, but I have lights that are kind of similar to that. And oh, Julia, you didn't hear me. The next time I read lore, you guys can talk about the war table thing again, and it'll be funny. But okay, where am I going? I lost track of Devin.
Go downstairs.
Do I wait?
That way, yeah.
This way, yeah. Thank you. I think, yeah, here we go. Okay. I love this space. It's just so incredible. Every little tidbit, like, look at this wall. It's so beautiful. The texture and the detail, and this is just one small part of it. I'm a sucker for cool patterns, so I love stuff like this so much. If I can have an outfit
Maurice
like that.
was asking in one of the chats if like real world locations inspired the different areas in Immortals, or if we just purely designed them from scratch. I think that this is a good example of that, where, you know, we definitely take a lot of inspiration from tons of real world spaces, but a lot of sort of the Lucian architecture, I don't know, Dave, if you already talked about this, but it's kind of inspired a lot by sort of the Frank Lloyd Wright sort of aesthetic. And so a lot that pattern that you just sort of looked at on the wall, there's a lot of just those sort of like really iconic sort of repeating elements that you see in like his light screens and that sort of Art Deco movement. And so we took a lot of inspiration from that. And, you know, up here in Marin, we're actually right down the street from the Civic Center, which is an architectural space that Frank Lloyd Wright designed. And so I remember looking at a lot of imagery of that and just taking some inspiration from the various like repeating patterns and how he used windows and just even like the balconies and banisters and such, and just sort of used it as inspiration to develop our own kind of flair for that style and our own like distinct sort of Lucian aesthetic for this Palathon space.
One of the really cool things about that building you were just talking about, Julia, is if you go on the main Civic Center road, as you're driving by or walking by it, and you look through those giant arches that the cars drive through, it actually frames the landscape on the other side of the highway, like incredibly. It's silly.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
So it is
Especially at sunset, like you can even see the sunset through this thing. It's pretty neat.
Stepping through that door means
Yeah, it's so cool. We love seeing what the Allori do.
Master architect.
Yeah.
And even the natural landscape of Lucium, you know, we live up here in Northern California, and you know, I love just the landscape around here, just the way that you know the Sierra mountain ranges and stuff, and sort of the alpine lakes, and and the rivers and sort of the lush sort of open valleys, and then sort of evergreen forests. So a lot of just the natural space in our immediate sort of Northern California area definitely inspired Lucium in general, just sort of how the rock formations are created in the mountains that you see kind of in the distance. Took a lot of sort of inspiration and pulled from old photos of me camping and stuff up in Lake Tahoe, just to kind of flesh out what that sort of natural spaces that you explore will kind of look like.
Oh man, now that you said Lake Tahoe, I absolutely see it. I absolutely see it. That's so funny. Sometimes I play a video game and I'm like in the world and it's a fantastical world, but for some reason it feels familiar. And with this game, I always think it's because I've played it a lot, but it's a little bit new every time just because, I don't know, I just enjoy looking at it, but it does feel really familiar. And I think that actually might be why it felt familiar from the very beginning, because I've been to Lake Tahoe and it's gorgeous there. And that feel like something about that particular, I don't even know how to describe it. Like, I guess it's the size of the mountains or like the size of the trees, or maybe it's the type of mountains and the types of trees. They're different out west in the US compared to how they are out east, which is where I'm from, and there's just a different feel there, and you definitely have that in the game, which is so cool. Just very quickly,
it's definitely a lot.
Sorry,
it's a lot more, rocky, and you always have ever-present like cliff walls. Think of like Yosemite with like these giant like cliffs that are kind of surrounding you, or Sierra Mountains kind of ever-present on the horizon, and then a very like sort of rocky evergreen forests are like pretty common around here, just to be able to survive the droughts and the winters and that sorts of things. So you get kind of an interesting rocky evergreen spaces, and then like open sort of meadow grasslands and such.
You should talk about the actual different types of plants and trees that you see.
Yeah.
So, a lot of the subtle themes in our game, there's definitely one that is kind of about like environmentalism, where the world is literally being destroyed. It is crumbling because of the actions of all of the humans in the war, and there's just not only a loss of sort of human life, but also just a loss of the environment and all of these different species. You kind of the story, when you talk with Kirkin a few times, she sort of elaborates on that. And so as we were trying to come up with modeling different plants like trees and bushes and flowers and such, when we were getting them created, I was trying to think of, all right, how many types of trees do we want and what kinds of trees, and instead of just going with sort of a generic like just make a pine tree or just make a a dandelion flower, I thought it might be interesting to have all of the realistic foliage in our game actually be based off of endangered or threatened species of plants. And so, like you have one of the trees is a Catalina mahogany that only grows on the Catalina Islands and is highly endangered right now. There's the giant sequoias, which everyone knows, which are quite endangered. There's white pines, which you will see in the Calthus snowy area, which is one of the most like endangered trees ever. But even all the way down to like the smallest flower, like there's one that's called the Tiburon mariposa lily. And it's this very beautiful flower that is actually right down the road from us in Tiburon, and it only grows in like this tiny little couple miles of kind of soil that's out on Tiburon, and again highly endangered. And it was just kind of a way to sort of bring awareness to these species, but also because they're so endangered, they're unique. Like not many people see them. It's not just a generic dandelion that everyone knows exists. It's like if you look at it, it's something that not many humans have seen because it's highly endangered and threatened, and only probably grows in a very specific area of sort of north of like the Americas. And so it was really interesting for me to learn about all of these species as I was sort of putting together the packets of creating these assets. But it's also just kind of an extra little sort of Easter egg in our game. And you can actually find, if you pick up all of the lore pieces, there's I think three or four documents that I created from this, this ecologist, like a botanist, who's basically been going around and exploring Avium and sort of recording their findings about a few of these various species, and sort of talking about where they're found and like what their actual scientific names are and everything. So that was just a really fun side project for me, just because I am really kind of passionate about ecology and the natural world and all that sort of stuff.
That's so cool. I wanted to very briefly, I don't know if it'll take me back to the same place. Will it? Nope. I just wanted to read the little tidbit about the path. What's that? Magic? Yes. Strange voice warning for Julia.
The legend is that the path doesn't really even exist in our reality, but in one created by the ancient Aristea as a deadly testing ground for Magni. The Immortals use it for selection, and those few who pass its tests can join their ranks. The others may not survive at all. It's evidently also alive.
That's where we are right now. We're in the path, which is what Julia was talking about earlier. It's a living place that changes based on reading your mind and magical abilities that we do not know the limits of. And that is very, very cool. And if I survive, I get to become an immortal. But if I die in the path, I think I just die and never return. Hey, Zig! Ziskos. How are you doing? It's very nice to see you. Oh god. Whoa. After I used that voice for the first time earlier today, Bogan said that I should do the voice for the war table. And now I mean the blue color fits, right?
Either that or a really cool lore construct that kind of travels around the world.
I like that one too. Could be both. I could exist in multiple locations at once as a construct, sort of. Maybe.
Yeah, it's kind of like Jarvis.
Right?
Yep.
Okay, I think I got everything. Okay. The issue with Xbox Game Pass on PC, you guys, is being looked into. As soon as I have an answer for you guys, I will let you know. It's weird that it's happening on some systems and not on others. I wonder what the cause might be. I hear an enemy, but I don't see an enemy. Oh my god. Oh, okay. I'm fine. Even though I know what happens in this space, I just never remember the exact sequence. And so I'm always surprised.
I think our lead level designer, Sean, was a jerk with those things.
Yeah.
Even running through that thing, 100 times to do bug testing and fixes, I always fall in one of those jumps that shoots you.
The floor drops from beneath you and you're just like, whoa, what's happening?
It does make the path feel alive.
It does.
Like it's trying to freak you out.
Yep. It's doing its job very, very, very well. My melee does more damage than I would expect it to. Kind of nice.
The melee originally, we had multiple melees depending on which spec you were playing. So if you were red, your fist would be infused with red magic. But now Jack is a blue force punch, and it does a lot of damage. Yeah. That's why it's not just like a normal punch. You see like a blue effector in his hand. In code, it has a specific spell name. It's a force magic punch, but that's not represented to the player anywhere.
I gotcha. Dev secrets. Very cool. I did not know that actually. That's really awesome. Whoever programmed that floor drop, bravo. He got you too. Nice. Jack of all trades, of course. It's a very appropriate name.
He is a Triarch after all.
Yeah. Okay. Hard to know whether the big platform is moving down or I am moving up in that particular moment.
It's like the mystery spot.
Yeah.
I was thinking Haunted Mansion from Disneyland.
Oh yeah, that's a better example.
Stop wiggling.
Sorry.
Oh my god. Wiggle butt.
Fun pro tip: if you lash the blue elementals, they don't dodge, so you can just headshot them.
What?
Pro tip. I used to use limpets on them all the time. That's what I did before.
Against blue elementals? Elementals are the only enemies in the game that have
not elementals.
magic
I'm sorry. I'm
immunity.
thinking of archers. You're right.
Yeah, the Gestalts are completely immune to magic of the opposing colors. So, Simon Says style, you have to use the element that they are to kill them, which is a little counterintuitive, but it fits into our magic system.
It's very cool, actually. That's what I was talking about before. I'm sorry, I was confusing them with the archers. You're right. I don't know what I did. I think I just did this. I just aim and yell at them. So now I have another method, and I also have hover. You don't use the utilities a lot except for disrupt. Yeah, disrupt is great. I do tend to focus or kind of almost get stuck on one thing. Like, it doesn't really matter which one. I'll be using one and I'll just keep using it until something forces me to switch.
And that's great. That's exactly what we wanted. We wanted you to find the spells that you liked and feel compelled to use that for the most part until an enemy decides or forces you to switch, like you said.
Okay.
Jason, are there any Easter eggs in this game?
Oh, Jason's favorite thing.
We're doing some work on another project right now, which we can't talk about, which we hope we can talk about. And I was telling Julia that I put in some work yesterday, and I snuck in an Easter egg. Yes, all over the place.
Jason always adds Easter eggs to everything.
Well, we had these, like year one, when we were working on these things called the dojos, and they were a set of little rooms that represented the gameplay that allowed us to figure out what the game was going to be. I couldn't help myself. I put Easter eggs in all of them. It was just fun. One example that I really liked was, Julie, do you remember the portal room that had all the different test rooms around that central position? I think you found this. I can't remember. Somebody had found this, but if you jumped off the center pillar thing, you would fall down really far, and there was another secret portal on the bottom that brought you to the Limpet skee ball course.
Yeah. I do kind of remember
that. Back in the day,
that.
Limpets used to land on the ground and run along the ground.
Yeah, and then run.
They would, so you could like toss them, and if the geo had a little bit of shaping or like edging or something, the Limpets would hit the edge and then run along it. So we made a skee ball court.
I don't know if this counts as actually an Easter egg, but I always sneak images of my dog into the game, and so yeah, there's quite a few of and actually other dogs in the office, like Brett Robbins, our CEO, his dog is in there, and then our CTO's dogs are also in there. So if you take a close look at the paintings that you find in the Palathon, you might find some sort of avium-ified dogs.
So cool.
Jason, there's a good one in here for you. How did you guys tackle making the combat flow so readable? Did it mostly come from the color coding of the spells?
I'm deeply complimented by that. Actually, that's one of our biggest concerns, and we got some really good feedback when we did our initial trailer about the legibility of spells. Color, definitely. Color is important, and Joe Hall, our VFX director, is just really good at his job and knows how to fill the space with just the right amount of spells. And then, of course, there's always the push and pull. Sorry, small tangent. There's always the push and pull of designers and VFX artists trying to find the right amount of action in any given moment. If you ever play Diablo 3, like, you have a lightning spell, looks really good, and then you have a talent that allows the lightning spell to like 10x all over the place, and now you can't see anything because there's lightning everywhere. But it was back and forth, took a long time, putting stuff in, seeing that it's too much, pulling back on VFX or pulling back on combat effects, and then finding that right balance. And I would even propose that there's still places in the game that are too noisy, but moments like that could be good too, I think, to overwhelm you and give you some stress and have you assess where you are.
Yeah, I love eye candy games in general, and this one absolutely delivers, but it is very readable. I think sometimes it's hard to tell in trailers because you're not the one at the helm, so to speak, and it just doesn't do it the same justice as when you're the person at the controls. But when you are the person at the controls, it just feels very natural, like the way that you move and the way that enemies move and the way their attacks fly towards you and how you can avoid them, and you kind of learn everything pretty quickly, I think, and so the flow just it comes naturally. At least to me, it seems like it comes pretty naturally after just playing for a little bit.
I feel like if I don't write this down, that'll be okay. But there's also our principal combat designer, Patrick Gilbert, put it in this system that they call like the hero moves, hero move system, in which enemies all have a number of basic attacks and special attacks. So the enemies are, as a group, as a ball, have a set of tickets that they can use to define whether they're going to do a basic attack, and we have a lot of those tickets, so a lot of attacks going out. But then there's only a couple hero attack tickets, so enemies will try to be on screen to do a hero attack, like a big attack, like an Archon Beam or a Gorgon, a Guruk, like artillery ball, so that you're not getting hit by stuff off screen, because that was early days. That was a big problem. Archers hitting you from all over the place. You don't know where you're looking, and so a lot of what you're describing in that legibility came from Patrick's hero ticket design.
We have a Mark joining us also. Hello.
Morning, Mark.
Hi, Mark.
Describe this game in one sentence. So I would say, and maybe everyone else can try to come up with their own answer to this, all the devs, but I would say it's a magical adventure, a magical FPS style adventure through a beautiful world on the brink of destruction. I would say that. But I don't know. How would you describe Immortals of Aveum in one sentence? You can think about it for a minute. I had a minute to think about that question. So.
Is it a run-on sentence? I can do those. I said Immortals of Aveum is a single-player, story-driven, adrenaline-fueled, magical military spell-slinging shooter set in a massive war called the Everwar. How about that?
I love it. I love it.
Perfect.
That would you go, sweetie? No. My sweet kitten really loves the sigil that I'm using right now. She keeps trying to paw the screen. Be like, can I have sigil? Can I please? Say hi, Zeph. Say hello. I am cute. Oh, okay. All right, onward. So earlier, this is the path, by the way, that Julia was talking about before. So this was the first kind of Shroud Fane-like design, and then all the other Shroud Fanes, I guess, came from it. Ah! Okay, getting hit bad. Random
There's a
Jetty.
good one. Jason, is there a reason why there is only one Dominion spell?
What were we talking about earlier again about scope creep?
Oh, scope creep. Yeah.
We actually we've talked about this before, but we originally had 3 Dominion spells, and for the intent of shipping, we cut 2 of them that weren't quite ready yet. Hopefully, we'll get to show this off again someday.
One of them was my favorite.
I know which one you were thinking.
UI design. How desirable is this icon to cats? Cue cat testing montage. I think that should be a part of all test phases in video games, actually. I don't think we can give you guys any details on what's next for Aveum as an IP because we honestly don't know ourselves yet. We have a lot of hopes and dreams for what can be done. The snow globe. We definitely would love to do many more adventures in this world. Sequels, spin-offs, DLC, all the things would be incredible to get to work on. And all of it just depends on more of you guys downloading the game, playing the game, telling other people to check it out and give it a chance. The more that happens, the more people that get in on this game and enjoy it and talk about it and share it and, like I said, download it on Game Pass and all the other platforms, the more things become possible for us to do in the world and with the studio. So tell your friends.
What? Caleb, he gave this to Luna on her birthday. Right before everything. It's Saren. Bits of it, anyway.
Single player Magic FPS. Yeah. They're all good. I mean, Dave's description, I think, is also very, very good.
I call dibs on the shoes.
My verbal diarrhea.
Yes. Okay. I cannot miss lore. We're reading lore today. I promised lore geekery, so I'm delivering lore geekery today.
I grew up here.
Tomorrow we'll definitely do some of the Ecollector challenges.
Best crab in the Harrows.
Kilmos. But we both know that's not really crab.
How far from here to Trotter's place?
By a rooftop?
He's Siren-born and bred, guys. Settle down. Where's your people?
I don't know. You need any more? That was the day I met Luna and the others. Guess we're not playing fair anymore.
So right now the path is pulling Jack's memories of his orphan family because he's basically a street rat, right? And he grew up on the streets of Saren, which is a city with a ton of scaffolding like this built up below a bridge, like onto the support system of the bridge. And that's where he lived with his family of other orphans in a house that they found and kind of just called their own, thanks to Luna, who was his best friend growing up. And
she bought it.
Yeah.
She was a homeowner.
Oh, really? I didn't know she bought it. That's cool.
Yeah, the scene of
you can find the one of the lore pieces is if you're in her room in the very first chapter on the wall is the deed to the orphanage.
Oh, I did not know that. Oh my God.
That's kind of the focus of the cutscene you're about to hit.
Okay.
It's a very, very touching moment, actually, that I wish we spent more time on.
Okay, I'm gonna raise
really
the
nice.
game volume for this so they can hear it a little bit better. Oh, wait, not there yet. Not there yet. But yeah, if you missed kind of the beginning of the game because we skipped a bit of it with New Game Plus, I just enjoy punching things. Sometimes. You'll see a little bit of that now. Yeah. Okay. Doing the thing.
This way. We're almost there.
How many rooms?
I got no idea, but it's fuck huge.
Oh no, I
so
did know
probably
that.
a lot.
I just forgot.
There's just the
I'm with
5
you.
of us.
Then eventually we might all get really lonely. Who cares? Come on.
How did I miss that she actually bought it?
Check her out.
That whole thing?
Whole thing.
Well, since
How are we
they're
gonna
street
defend
rats and
that
always stealing
whole
stuff,
thing?
it's a logical conclusion.
We swat a
Yeah.
place like that, we need to figure out how to keep it.
No,
I mean, you mean Jack
it's
thinks
ours.
that she stole it.
I bought it.
How did
Can't
you-
squat here.
Wh-
We don't have enough people to
where
defend it.
Did
It's not
Yeah.
a mystery, Jack. I saved up. I wanted a house and now I have one. All of us do.
she was so proud that she found us a home, and that
Yeah,
that
that's
was
right.
the last
That's
time
right.
I actually had one. Thanks for the reminder.
Jack's mad at the path. But maybe the path is just reminding him of what really matters. What he's fighting for. Right? Right? That's important. That's really important to remember. Okay. Onwards. Home Meowner. Oh my god. That'll be me someday. Someday in a distant future, it'll be me. This is such a cool visual when that slots into place. I love it. So I don't know if you guys noticed, but we have our CTO here as well. Mark Maratea has just joined us. So if you guys have any questions for him, definitely let us know. He's really cool. Hanging out. Cool. What is the plot like in this game? So it's a single player story adventure, and you play this character named Jack. That's what we've been talking about this whole time. He's right here. He's beautiful. And he has like a bunch of different friends and his superiors and the military sort of Magni military force that he's a part of, that he interacts with a ton. And the world that this all takes place in is on the brink of destruction. There's something called a wound, which is basically a giant hole in the world, and it's being, you don't know yet what it's being caused by, but you'll find out as you progress through the story what's causing the wound. And there's an enemy force from another kingdom, from Rasharn, led by a really, really, really scary guy who's also a Triarch Magnus named Sandrak. And he's basically just trying to take over everything and wrest control from everyone of their magic and do what he wants to do with it. And everybody's just fighting this war for control of magic for all of time, and it's definitely having some really strong repercussions for the entire world of Aveum. And it's your job basically to save it. So I won't tell you all the details because you'll find them out as you play, and there's a lot of deep lore here. And yeah, there are kind of factions. There's different kingdoms. And you're on the side, you're one of the Immortals, which is kind of the leading group that's going against Rasharn, which is led by Sandrak, the quote-unquote bad guy in the story, at least at the moment. Okay. Immolate! Wonderfully OP Immolate. Okay. My goal this playthrough is to use Immolate more. Because it's really, really cool. I wish I could get up there.
Are you using the Echoloctor gear?
No. I don't know.
I was watching a streamer a couple weeks ago who had collected all the Echoloctor gear when he was doing a full green Dominion build.
And he's
And
jumped.
it was
That's not subtle
it
at
was
all.
pretty cool watching them play it.
That's
'Cause,
really neat.
You spec out correctly and you're using secret shards to generate Dominion mana, you can cast Immolate like 7 times a fight.
Oh my god. That's awesome. Okay, so maybe my goal is to make that build happen. I don't think I have those items on this save, but I was gonna do Echoloctor today. We might still do Echoloctor at some point today. Probably not, because I apparently have somehow already been live for almost 4 hours. I don't know how that happened. It feels like I've been live for 20 minutes. Time flies when you're having a blast, right?
Come on!
Oh god, oh god. Things are falling away. Okay, I should puzzle. I don't think
Something,
Sorry, I was just gonna answer. I don't think the puzzles are that hard. They can be a little bit tricky at first, and also some of them you can't do right away. So there's a big puzzle that you come across early in the game as you're making your way to the Palathon, in the area where you meet Orphe. That little hub area where you can't actually do that puzzle, and there are several puzzles like that. You can't do them until you get certain abilities like Refract, which you get a little bit later in the game. So just kind of keep that in mind. If you feel like you're struggling really, really hard with a puzzle, it might just be that you can't do it yet. But in general, I don't think they are hard. I'm sorry, what were you going to say, Jason?
Out of my way!
No worries, sorry for interrupting. There's a comment in the YouTube chat from Emmett about loot and finding compelling loot rewards in the world versus the Morbane Red Sigil, which is very good, and it's an interesting design problem, I think, which is that we want to make sure that that players who were not doing side content had access to legendary sigils and legendary gear, but also if you got to that point and collected that, you were less incentivized to maybe look for the better stuff. But I do promise, if you're looking hard, you can find some pretty good stuff out there, Emmett.
I always
disagree about the music too.
Oh crap! I just fell down like a doofus. Okay.
All my time in the path is just me falling constantly, so you're in the right group.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. We made it.
I'm sure your bot has a quote about gravity.
Oh yes. Exclamation mark gravity.
I sent them all home. You're the only one to pass.
Nice, Fjord. I love the music in this game. It's so good. It really is super, super good. I 100,000% agree.
Someone on Twitch chat asks if Will Ferrell voices any characters. That would have been great. Let's get him to voice one of the constructs.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
That would be crazy.
She was right about you. That you'd surprise me.
Seems
That's
like
so
you're
cool,
really
Nev.
talking
Yeah,
up
there's
there.
definitely some really good platforming challenges. What is the there's a Shroud Vein that's like all about platforming and timing. I cannot get through that one for the life of me. It's so tough. I've gotten through it a couple of times, but it's really, really tough. I can't remember what it's called off the top of my head.
We have good reasons.
My kind?
I think that there's probably a couple of them that are. I'm actually not sure which one you're talking about, Tess.
I feel like there's one that's...
With one with like the color puzzle bit and there's the moving platforms. You have to do the charge crystals while they're moving.
Maybe? I feel like there was one where you had to go through it quickly, and it just involved a lot of jumping and lashing.
Little tiny platforms. Yeah.
Sandra's Western incursion has
Little fun tidbit. Brett actually developed one of the Shroud Veins, which was the lash Shroud Vein that has you go to the giant. There's like a giant tower. And you have to lash around the outside, do these timing puzzles. He's the original design for that Shroud Vein.
That's so cool. Okay, maybe we can find that one today. Or not today, tomorrow.
I don't know which move is best.
We're gonna just search for challenges tomorrow. That's gonna be the goal. Ecolector and any other crazy challenges.
Welcome, Jack of the House Unforeseen, newly mantled immortal, champion protector of Lucian, Master Magnus of the Order.
Yeah, the agility Fane is one I have a really hard time getting through.
I think that's the one that I'm thinking of, actually, the agility Fane. Yeah. I should be good at jumping puzzles in first-person shooter type games. I should be. I've had a lot of practice, but I'm just not.
Where's the link to the lore book?
I was a kid.
think I have that handy.
Fight me everywhere.
Oh, it's through the website.
But I used to give her a hard time about it. She never got a chance to
AAA Argyle.
Sharn attacked, and well, I don't even have to finish that sentence.
Oh, thanks, no.
Everyone here has a story that starts or ends.
Obelisk Pain is the one, the Climb the Giant Cube challenge. Cool, thank you, Mental Mars. Best
There are
tier,
so
best tier,
many.
right?
Did it. Too many.
I think that's how that works.
Names fill the walls of this place. No more names.
No more names. May all of Lucium honor yours until the end of days.
This moment is so cool. I love that it's dark outside while this ceremony is happening.
Whoa. Bottoms up?
The Palathon looks so cool and different during different times of day.
So, what now?
This is your party, Jack. Mingle. All eyes are on you.
Mingle.
Bask.
What about the stolen artifact? It was like a big, glowy crystal with etchings all over it.
We're scouring the archives. Nothing yet. Go enjoy yourself.
Does the number of A's indicate how long the devs are screaming? Oh no.
Or if the pressure to socialize is too much to bear, head to your new quarters and turn in a payment.
So I mentioned collectors are kind of baked into the game now, even though it was added after the fact. If you do them before end game, does it provide a higher challenge before then? Can you be under leveled?
You can definitely be under leveled.
Yeah.
But the game is intended to be primarily skill based. So if you have the patience and you have the skill, you can probably overcome those challenges. Although they might take a while. Some of those fights have a lot of enemies that have high health pools.
Okay, we have 2 people joining us off camera. And only 1 title on there. Okay. Let me figure out.
I'm gonna have to leave in about 15 minutes. If you want to take my spot, that'd be fine.
Cool. We've got Dan Super, who's off cam but hanging out. And we also have Daniel Chuang, who is really, really cool. He was in one of our earlier streams. Daniel is a principal engineer, and Super is our lead combat engineer. And they're both amazing. Absolutely amazing. Hi, guys.
Yay!
Hello.
I love these. So happy to be back.
Welcome back.
Getting
How do
my
I
chats
add?
all.
Engineer party.
Yeah,
Yeah.
engineer party. Trying to think if I can add. I don't think I can add an extra title. I'm so sorry, Daniel, but I'll swap you in at some point.
All right. I got 3. I have 3. All 3 chats on one screen.
Nice.
Now.
So, do we get secret handshakes?
Several.
Seriously though, is there a new manual or something that tells me what my duties are now that,
Those come later. Honestly.
Oh, you're at the
Order's
party.
traditional
Ah.
training
Yeah.
and initiations are more informal, more
Sure, there's
agile than
gotta
they
be a
have
way I
ever
can
been in the
add you.
past. It's not ideal, but the current state of the Everwar means most of your education will be in the field.
do I get to finally know what the name is all about? The Immortals?
We borrow our name from a more ancient Pentati order that once practiced here. The Un Avlashud, the Enduring. They had learned to stretch time and live inside it in a way that mortality meant nothing to them.
That sounds fake.
It probably is. In any
It probably
case,
is.
the Pentati eventually vanished, but the legends that they had conquered death didn't. Those that founded
Oh,
our
you know what?
order
Maybe
saw
I
no
could
downside
do-
in being associated with such power and prestige.
So it's branding.
Pretty much.
Trying to do OBS
Saying,
things while
kinda
playing the
rain
game.
in my parade to get their selection, and then she says, "My kind are trash."
Dangerous. Anomalous mistakes, insults to the
If you're
Pentasod.
playing,
These last 5 years, I'm sure you've heard it all.
Wait, what was that, Jason?
Figured
I was saying,
I don't know, that there might
for
be
players
more
who arrived
than
here
reviews
and are
on
looking
the
to
Immortals.
achievement hunt, it's important to
won't
stop
make
and talk to
excuses,
all the people
because
here.
there are
Yes, good point.
none. It's an ugly aspect
Very
of the
good
Magnite
point.
dynasties
Also,
and
there's some
their
pretty good dialogue.
rulership across Aveum.
If you're into that kind of thing.
You already know. The lightless have it worse.
I don't think I can do it. I'm so sorry. I will make sure to add after. Okay.
Devin seems nice. For an elite Magnus.
And he's taken a shine to you. That's good. Devin's never really been comfortable at the Palathon.
Really?
Is Dominion
tell he
mana
misses
a
the front.
canon magic tier
He
because
prefers
there's only
field
one Dominion spell?
Soldiering.
Huh. Wouldn't have pegged him for that.
I just said Dominions are canon, but Dominion mana is a game mechanic. The idea of like really big spells, the Dominions that's part of the really big spells is part of the world, right? Like that there's something at that level of it being like really serious magic, but it's a game mechanic also. Right? Dominion mana is a limit break system basically.
So there's a bunch of people here that you definitely want to talk to, a ton. So I'll just point them all out. Orphe is here. I think Hauser's around here somewhere too. Obviously Devin. This lady. Talk to her briefly. Ambassador Demily. You can talk to her also, I think, in Calthus towards the end.
Kinda does, huh? What brings you so far from the Northern Court?
I suppose that you're an older Magnus now, so I can't keep secrets from you any longer. The king has appointed me as royal advisor.
Question for Mark. As CTO, what was your involvement in Avium, and were there any standout challenges you had to overcome? I feel like that's a big question.
Oh, constant challenges. Sorry, Mark.
Any challenges, just any challenges at all.
No, smooth sailing.
Trying to fit this giant world into that tiny box, Mark.
Yeah. So I was on the project for 4.5 years, which I guess is a long time in dog years. And back when we were an Unreal 4 title. So I did a lot of different things, I guess. I set up a lot of the combat. I hired most of the engineers. Did a lot of systems work. I filled a lot of gaps, and I also did all of the engine merges, so all that stuff. I do a lot of the engineering. We had a lot of and have a lot of really good engineers, so it's difficult to describe how making a AAA game works because everyone wears a lot of hats and we do a lot of different things depending on the phase of the game. So at the end of the game, I'm working with people like Dave and Julia trying to figure out how to get the game to run at a reasonable frame rate when there's too much art. Or I work with the lighters to figure out how to get the lighting to run better and the shadows to be less shadowy so that it runs. Shadows are really expensive for people who don't make games. There's a reason a lot of games that you go into don't have real-time shadows. It's because they're super expensive to do. We have tons. I'm looking at the scene right now, just kind of freaking out about how many shadows are inside the Palathon all the time. That was a very expensive thing. So yeah, we're kind of all over the place. So sitting at the top of the engineering hierarchy, some of it is knowing who to call it epic when something doesn't work right, or when we're having an issue with the upscaling stuff, knowing who to call it AMD and working with them directly. And some of it's knowing where in the engine you have to turn the certain knob to make the certain thing work right, or to build the knob to make the thing work right. And then the rest of it's just listening to Super complain all the time and trying to keep him happy. That's always a good part of the job.
Sorry, I'm doing OBS things real quick because I'm stubborn and I really want to have Daniel's name and title up there.
Appreciate it. You're talking about performance optimizations, and it's also worth pointing out like our game is a lot of firsts. Like we're the first Unreal game to use the full suite of Unreal, Lumen, Nanite, Virtual Shadow Maps, and World Partition. We're probably the only game that's going to ship on our specific version of Unreal 5. We're like a lot of, there's some other Unreal 5 games that are out, but I don't even think still now there are any that are using everything at this point. So, we're trying to along with being a new game, we're pushing the envelope on the technology too.
I think Manor Lords might be the only other one that actually has everything.
Yeah. Okay.
but they're in early access and came out
Gotcha.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah. So like 8 months, 9 months after us to hit EA. So yeah.
Yep.
I did it. I did the thing. I had to do it live instead of in studio mode because I just couldn't see it in studio mode. It was too small.
For a very brief second, your whole stream was Daniel.
I know, I'm sorry. I couldn't see it. I tried to do it in studio mode, and like my screen that has all my OBS stuff also has the 3 chats, and it was just so small that I like literally couldn't see it. I apologize. I had to just do it live. How it goes sometimes. Okay, so we've got Selko. And where is Hauser? Because I feel like Hauser is here also.
No, Hauser misses the party.
Oh.
He does? He's not upstairs?
No, he misses the party. He even says in his first line that he's sorry he wasn't here. He didn't think anyone was going to pass it.
Oh, that's right. During the day, he's upstairs.
Oh,
Yeah. When he- After you wake up, he's there, I think. But because he doesn't think anyone's going to pass, so he doesn't show up. Is his excuse. He probably was killing someone.
Makes sense.
Probably was killing someone. Yeah. Hauser does Hauser things.
Yeah.
We don't ask him too much about it.
Makes sense. This is also the first AAA to use Dewey 5. It was one of the first to come out, yes, I think.
Yeah, Cemental Mars is asking about Dominion mana again. Like, it only charges Immolate. Immolate is the only Dominion spell that Jack has access to.
The concept, you were saying that the concept of Dominion Mana is just a game mechanic, but there are physical items in the world that characters can touch and have access to that give them access to this. I think we don't really talk about it too much in the lore, but at least from my perspective, the Dominion Mana is a wellspring of magic that you can tap into that is outside of your body that allows you to cast these big spells without detrimental effects to yourself.
Yeah.
Because we have this concept of wild magic, and as people use wild magic, and Jack used wild magic at the beginning, it tears away at them. And if you use too much of it, you're probably going to disintegrate. So having these objects that allow you to do bigger effects at a limited capacity is interesting.
Our magic is gifted to us through the grace of the Pentasod and of the Ionicus that he controls. The 3 colors of magic are harnessed and controlled by these floating forms, their rules sculpted into the ancient ethereal rock.
Just little floor tidbits. So cool! Need a Jack crossover in Fortnite. That would be fun. I feel like that would be so fun. Can I do this?
Give me a Zendara in Fortnite so she can tower everybody. Let's do that.
Oh my god. Ah, got it. That is how you do these chests, if anyone was wondering. You're entirely entitled to your own opinion, of course, Emmett, and I agree with Dave. Like, this is kind of the case about all forms of media in the world, right? And everything, like me as a streamer, right? I'm not going to be for everyone, and that's something you kind of just have to live with as a creative person, I think. Whatever you create, whether that be content or art or music or technology, it can't be for everyone, because we were talking about scope creep earlier, right? That exists in all creative media, and it is impossible to please everyone. Everyone's gonna have their taste and their preference. And the reality is, if you try to make everyone happy, everyone's going to be unhappy, because then it won't be unique and it won't be special and it won't be like, it won't be max at anything. It won't be perfect or really, really stand out amazing at any particular thing. And so it just won't be the best that it can be. And that's true of everything, right? Like, if I tried to have my hair be every single color, it would probably all fall out of my head and the maintenance would drive me insane, right? But blue, one color that I absolutely adore above all other colors, you'd never guess that by looking at me or my stream or anything, right? You know, it's much easier and way, way, way easier and actually sustainable long term. And that's just one example, right? So I personally love the music in this game a lot. It's totally a bop, and I am scared about my Spotify rap this year. It was pretty ridiculous last year. Because I listen to Immortals music when I'm doing other things than playing Immortals. So, but everybody has the right to their own opinion, and that's cool.
That was a day.
Yeah, you just gotta target an audience. And also, like, as a creator, I think it's 100% great to be yourself. Or, you know, if you're gonna play off a character, play a character that is really easy for you because you're live
It's kind of
on camera,
extravagant.
on stream for so many hours of your life that it's gonna be really hard to not be yourself. And you're much better off having people in your community that love you for you, that you can be yourself with and have a great time with, and they'll have a great time with you, and it just works out, right? And that's true of video games too. Like, if you're not a fan of a certain kind of game, if you're, I think Indy agrees with me.
That's Penguin, I think. She's being squeaky. 'Cause
Penguin,
her mom's,
cutie.
yeah, I should. Okay, I'll. Let me get the dog. I'll put her on. She wants it on camera. I think that's why she's squeaking.
Oh,
she knows I'm doing. She knows I'm doing a live stream and is on the Corgi in this live stream right now. Hold on. Let's see here.
Yeah. One thing that I will say is, if you're not a fan of something, move on to something you are a fan of. Like, why dwell or spend time commenting on something that's not making you happy when it can't be changed, right? You're better off putting your energy into something that will actually benefit somebody, yourself, first and foremost, but whoever. That's just kind of my opinion. Back to the lore.
Welcome, Jack. I hope you find the quarters to your liking. They were previously used by a Clalish Magnus who had a side hustle as a fishmonger in Greyvale Plaza. Like they say, you can take the Clalish out of the sea, but you can't, etc. Anyway, I think we got most of the smell out. Kevin, as the AI of the video game and the Palathon, I take offense to this. None of my rooms smell. You're gonna have a lovely time here.
I remember kind of wishing that the path could, you could basically interact with the path when you'd be in your room. So there'd be like something that you could interact with, like a crystal or something in the wall, and the path would basically be like giving you little comments and stuff like that about just your room or about what's going on in the Palathon.
That's so cool, League. And that's so cool, Julia.
Maybe in a sequel, we could do something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, there's so much detail. I actually wish these doors would stay closed so I could just like get up close and show the pretty. But just like look at the incredible detail of all of the different patterns and all of the different textures. It just makes it look so real and rich and incredible. Just the way the marbling works on the walls and the patterns on the floors and the patterns literally everywhere on everything. It's just so cool. Love it. I always forget to come back and do this puzzle. We're gonna have to come back and do this puzzle. Remember to do that before other things happen that prevent it. Yeah, part of that big budget number is... I won't get into that conversation. I just won't get into that conversation. But yeah, that's not how much it costs. I will say that whatever the cost is for any video game, you shouldn't be surprised by it. People getting paid a living wage for where they live so that they can support themselves and their families, that work really incredibly hard on these beautiful, complicated, amazing experiences for us as gamers to enjoy, deserve to get paid what they're worth, and they do, and that's why things cost a lot, and that's just a fact of life, and it should be that way. It should cost as much as it costs, because
It's also
Go ahead.
it's also really easy to underestimate how much
Yeah.
effort it takes and how many people do any specific thing, like anything on screen, any moment. If it animates, if it has sound, if it does actions, if it's interactable, if it's beautiful, if it it probably more than 15 people touched it at some point in the process to make that thing. It takes a lot of people, a lot of time to make good content, or any content at all, even if it's bad content.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Like, even just this little lore piece, right? Everything that you see today in media in general, not just in video games, but in any media, or you listen to, is 1,000 times more complicated than what you would expect it to be like. For example, my audio setup it could be simple, but it's not. It's 5 computers connected together, okay, doing ridiculous things just so that I can have the devs be on stream and be heard, and have music from the game but not on the VOD, and have like visuals for you guys that are really high quality, and then I can do really fun things like this.
The stewards. Since even before the Aristea discovered the Palathon, its halls have been occupied by a mysterious cadre of masked stewards, silent individuals who attend to the needs and maintenance of the floating fortress. No one knows where they're from or how they got there, but their primary concern, apparently, is with the preservation of the Palathon itself. Each steward is trained and dedicated to a particular school of magic. Some people believe that they created the Palathon themselves. Others say that they were once Magni who gave the entirety of their beings to the Ionicus.
Cool stuff. You want
Basket
more?
face it.
Yes, 5 computers. I actually only have 4 monitors. One of them is a gigantic 43-inch monster, though, so. I'm very, very fortunate. Before I became, and to answer your question, Aaron, I'll talk about how I became the community content manager in a second, but before I was a community content manager, I was a full-time streamer for 8 years, and one of my sponsors was AMD, and AMD was working with Asus and sent me this incredible monitor that I am just so lucky to have.
That you actually have hobbies?
You have twice as many monitors as me, and I'm a developer.
What do you think of them?
I
just run 2
got one more than
monitors.
you.
Four is insane.
I don't
Okay,
recognize
how
any of
I'd even deal with 4 monitors.
because
I mean, like, the 2 monitors I have fill my entire desk, but
How?
I guess I would have to go
Learn
up.
to use magic.
I have
wage war over
1
who
center,
can
2
control
sides, and 2 up.
It isn't meant to be used so
One of the up ones is a 1080 for screen sharing, so I'm not blasting
The
folks
natural
4K
world
resolution
suffers
on
for
stream.
Their habitats
Oh,
die.
Good idea, actually.
that's actually a really good idea. I have an
Their
old
skies
1080
are
somewhere.
choked, their lands
That's
are
really
cool.
paralyzed or filled with hungry
Yeah, I
spirits
used
they
the
can't
30, 40,
Our magic
3400 by
causes ruin for
1400
every
screen,
living thing,
like white, panoramic screen.
It
Nice.
And stream sharing always messes up. Also, at this point, I can't play games at 60:9. That's just weird.
I
Where's
told
that
you that
from?
we draw magic from the
Yeah, no,
lands
I could. Your
shrouded
streams look
ground.
fine to me, but I'm also
more
on
precise,
21:9, so
siphon it
otherwise they
to
look
use
terrible. I've
as
seen
we
what they look
will.
like on
And it
the wide streams. Look like it's just,
stays.
Yeah.
can't read your text.
But it's not
Yeah,
meant to.
one of the reasons that
No
I
one's ever
stick with
discovered how to
16:9
actually put it
because I know a lot of streamers that get the really, really widescreen monitors and they're
punches
great.
its way
But I'm
back
always gonna endeavor
All
to
that
stick with
magic
16:9
over
unless something
all that
changes on the
time.
streaming platforms. Then they permit
And so
different
the
aspect
wound
ratios,
grows.
or just everybody changes
But
because
Yeah.
it's just
magic.
simpler.
We
It's
can't
much
win the
simpler to
war
keep
to
it
control
that way. And having a monitor this big makes
Correct.
me feel so immersed. It's honestly like I could never go any bigger than this. This is crazy.
There's a streamer who plays the game on super wide.
secret
He plays the game a
sauce.
lot, and it's just
It's insane.
like I've never had a monitor
Does
like that or
Sandra
really
know
played the
this?
game on it like that. And watching somebody play
course
it
he
on
does.
I was like 38 by 9, or I don't know what the super
Wow.
wide. It's like a super wide. And they stream it, but they like letterbox it for the stream themselves, I think, so that it's the right size in the stream, but it's got like the top and bottom boxes. And it's like this game on that super wide when they're doing like the shatter feigns, and it's like the lightning in the background. You can always see what's going on around them. Super cool.
You've already figured out the solution, Jack.
That's amazing. But yeah, Aaron, to answer your question, so I was a full-time streamer for 8 years, and for the 3 years before I joined Ascendant Studios as a community content manager, I was working pretty closely with 2K on Borderlands and Wonderlands, and doing a podcast for them and creating a lot of content for them. I did another show where I was doing like the editing and all of the production. And I loved doing that, and I got to know a lot of really awesome people, and one of them was Scott Pidlick, who is our director of marketing at Ascendant. And so he basically brought me on. Once he left 2K, he came to Ascendant, and I think like 6 months later or something like that, he messaged me and was like, so we're working on this cool thing. Do you want to chat about it? And then I signed a bunch of paperwork, and he told me about Immortals of Aveum, and I was like, sold, please, yes. Where do I sign? How can I help? And that was my entry into actual game dev, which has been a dream, I think, for my whole life, honestly. I think from the moment I knew video games existed, I wanted to be involved in whatever way I possibly could. And I love doing this. I love talking with these devs. I love showcasing their games to you guys. I love being the bridge between the player community and the developers, and I absolutely love helping with development in any way that I can, whether it's doing a voiceover or playtesting or capturing, like I said, the tutorials that are in the game. I'm so proud of this, and it's literally just me doing one thing and capturing it on camera.
It was such a late ad, and it was so important, so we could express to players how the spells work and give them visuals and stuff. I'm really grateful that you guys got all these done.
Thank you. Yeah,
I love telling players it's there if they're on the stream and they're sort of confused, so like they don't know what they're doing, especially like they get to that part after Ruins. And they get to the forge the first time, and if I'm like tuning into a stream, and they're looking at the gear, I'm like, go look at the spells tab in your other screen. And it's like, because it's at the end, then some reason a lot of people don't ever scroll to it and look at it, and like they go, oh my gosh, this just shows me everything, and then they get it, and it's like, it's really nice. It looks really good. And you actually did the video for all those?
Not all of them. A couple of them were Zach. I think Vortex and like a couple of the other ones were Zach, but most of them were me. Yeah, because
they're so helpful. They're so helpful for players to understand what's going on.
Yeah, they really are, because it's a simpler visual, because you're just doing the one attack versus one set of enemies. And it just really helps for you to know like what's going on. I did that one. That was fun. I fell off a couple times trying to do this and do it well. But yeah, it's just really great little videos. Me and Zach from Switch Force, if you guys don't know who that is, he was our YouTube content manager and helped with a lot of the videos that we put together. He's awesome. Yeah.
This still goes to show like how much that everyone does for a project of this scale.
Yeah.
I think it can be misleading sometimes. We're like, what? I did an Unreal project over a weekend. Like it's fun, and it's not too difficult to get like the very beginning pieces of a project, but to finish out something at production and release quality and with all the little niceties and stuff, it does take a lot of effort to get that last 20% of a project.
That's a really good point.
With magic. The same magic.
I would love to do voice acting in video games. That would be incredibly cool. I absolutely would happily do that if given the opportunity. I've never pursued it just because I honestly have just been doing so many things over the years that
don't say she's my field commander.
it was like I had to pick and choose, right? The fact that I currently work full time and also stream not full time, but I still stream regularly 3 days a week is a lot. It's amazing, and I'm so lucky, and I love doing both so much. I honestly wouldn't change it for the world, but it is tricky to do all the things. So, you know, if I could voice act as part of my Ascendant job, I certainly would not be opposed. But yeah, who knows in the future? Who knows what can happen if there's a next game? Maybe, you know, tell your friends about this one. And more things are possible. Remember, you wanna potentially. I'm not promising I'll voice act because I'm not the one that gets to decide that. But if somebody asked me, I would say yes. Yeah, maybe one day.
I foresee a table coming in your way.
That would be so
They must have missed the table conversation.
Yeah. I think it's quote. Is it quote 44? I think it's either quote 4. Yeah, quote 44. Dave Bogan's words are immortalized in my stream for the rest of time.
Oh my goodness. Wait, what is the quote?
Has anyone ever told you you look like a magic table? Wait, wasn't it like you remind me of a magic table? Or you'd make a great magic table? It might be that.
I hope it's that, because if you look like a magic table, that's not exactly.
I'm pretty sure I heard Dave say you look like a magic table, but
Did I really?
Wow.
It is a very beautiful table.
It is a gorgeous table. We're about to see it. That's it.
Oh,
this is the table.
And we've just
See?
Oh, you want to be the voice of the table? Like if the table had a voice?
Yes.
That'd be
Oh, here's the
awesome.
table. Look how
And-
beautiful it is.
Yeah. I think that's fair.
And I could
Maybe we
exist
could do
like
that.
throughout
Backdrop.
the Palathon and maybe even in other parts of the world.
And yet she's taking a big risk.
If I'm an AI voice, I could exist in multiple
You should just
locations.
be the voice of the path, and like all, and
Yeah.
you speak through the like blue crystals that you can find
Oh my
throughout the
god.
world.
Has anybody ever seen those tables where they're made with like, they'll get like a big beautiful piece of wood that is not,
Resin.
What about Devin?
yeah, it hasn't been like
Yeah.
flattened or anything like that. It's all lumpy and
a
beautiful.
resin.
And then they pour this blue resin in it. That's kind of, we wanted to like make one of those things for the office. That'd be dope.
Oh, that
I
would
saw
be
somebody
so
do a
cool.
video of doing they did that idea and they cut a trench into it and used a bunch of like Star Wars models and did a trench run table. That was really cool. There's some pretty clever ideas out there.
I saw the video of this person who does painting in layers of resin. So like they do layers of resin and then they drop paint into the bits and they do like koi swimming in the table.
I've seen
and
that.
They're 3D because
That's so
it's like built up over
cool.
height and it's like the resin. They pour a layer of resin and then they paint the resin and they pour a layer of resin. They paint the resin. They pour the resin. They
I
build up
have
these
that-
layers. It's super cool.
I have keycaps like that because I'm a keyboard enthusiast. I have one actually. I don't think you guys will be able to see it because the camera's too small. And I just literally pulled the switch out of my keyboard because I'm a genius. It's
no.
very, very, very small. And the camera probably won't focus on it. But these are fishies inside a resin keycap. But I also have a friend who's a mod in my stream that makes those kinds of tables. I completely forgot Roxa does that. Or he was learning how to do it, so. Okay, I'm sorry, technical difficulties. I did not just break my keyboard, I swear. I'm just fixing the pins on the switch that I just pulled out like a doofus. I'm sorry. 2 seconds. There we go. Okay. But yeah, I've seen it a lot, the koi fish and resin kind of combo. for keycaps, bigger keycaps than this, because they make a lot of those out of resin, and they're beautiful, like absolutely beautiful if you can see them up close in person. But a whole table like that would be just amazing. Yeah, Droshna knows my pain. What am I doing? Desderp is real this morning. Yeah, Orphe is amazing. Cloud gaming on Series S, hoping it will be the Series X version, but it looks like it's the same resolution as Series S. Could this perhaps be looked at and upgraded since cloud gaming is running on Series X server blades?
I don't think we have any control over that at all.
I think that's an Xbox thing out there. I think you'd have to probably reach out to Xbox support on that and ask them, and maybe if they get enough people asking them for something like that, that's something they'll do, because cloud gaming with Xbox is definitely their own animal. They kind of choose how things are done. I don't know, do they do that for other games?
Hello, Immortal. Kirkin told me you know our secret.
About magic causing the wound? That we're all destroying Aveum? She sure did.
Yeah, bit of a gut punch, that one.
This restoring spell, it really cleanses the Lurge? That's what we used to call it in Saren.
Lurge? What an absolutely perfect name. Lurge. Yes, it works. And you'll feel better about the whole thing when you use it. Trust me.
Neff updated your quote. Now it says, did anyone ever tell you you sound like a magic table? It's a very beautiful table, and it's blue.
See, I knew I said something good.
Thank you, Neff.
Somebody like go back and check the video.
He did,
Find
yeah,
the right
Neff
quote.
did.
That's awesome. Nice.
Thank you, person, for redeeming me.
Love having good mods on your stream.
Yes, I have the best mods. I'm so lucky. We also have some cool, very silent mods hanging out in the YouTube channels right now. So thank you to you guys as well. You're awesome. Why am I standing on the thing that's damaging me? Because I'm a derp. That's not what I want to do. I want to do this. There we go. Now I gotta fight this bad boy. I love these things. I
One
know.
shot.
Yep.
Oh.
I know that the corruption worms are like a hardcore enemy, and a lot of people really like struggle fighting them. But I don't know if I just love the challenge. I think it might just be that they're beautiful and purpley, and I love the way they move. But I really enjoy them. Every time I encounter them, I'm like, ooh, this is gonna be tough, but it's gonna be really cool.
I remember the first time I saw the art, like just the concept art for them. I was just like, oh my god, oh my god. And there's this video of a moray eel attacking a diver. Like it just comes up out of the reef and like swims up at this diver and tries to snap at him. And I remember being like, okay, like all the animators in chat would be like, we have to look at this video. We have to do this with this thing. It has to do this like this wiggly like snap at you thing. And that's where, you know, and like it was like, oh yeah, we can do that. That's really cool. And just the dive for the big one, it's just one of those like it's so creepy to me as a person who likes to dive, and like I love eels. I think they're super cool. They're very, very creepy, very, very creepy, and we captured that feeling like really well.
There's also the thing that you and I talked a lot about, super of the variant of them, the ghost lights variant that only shows up in the Sharded Realm.
Oh yeah, so pretty, and just the way like the little ones like just kind of do that, poking their head out of the reef and like looking at you and then spitting. It's just like it's so based on, you know, this natural thing, and we use them a lot, but they're a very effective enemy in terms of like their little teleporty turrets. You know, the simple design in terms of what they provide to an encounter, right? Like they're little turrets who run around and teleport and take shots at you, and and run away, and that's very useful from a design aspect to put pressure on a player. So, like, they're part of my favorite boss fight in the game.
Oh. That's
which
so
is a Shrouded
cool.
Howler, of course, because he's amazing.
Shroud Fanes, wait.
I read this one already, didn't I? Yes, I did. What was the new one I just picked up? I don't know.
Oh, I think it's not just a note about which Fanes, because some of them are really short. Like, they just tell you about what Fanes are in the map. That's probably what that one is.
Yeah, maybe it's just this one.
The ravaged land of Ilthium holds one known Shroud Fane. It resides behind a ward just outside of the Temple of Ilthium.
I think this is telling you to go back through that area so that you don't miss the Fane, because you can't break the ward yet, but once you get Ward Breaker. So this is kind of just like a cool in-world reminder to go back and check out the things you may have missed or that you couldn't get to initially. Very cool. Sounds good. Thank you so much, Neff. You're awesome. Have a good work meeting. I'm trying to open this the wrong way. Okay, more ascensions. I should add some more talents. Okay, I promised I would do some more for the red tree, but I kind of want to put more points into limpets. Let's do red tree first, because there's definitely going to be some stuff in here that's helpful.
That capstone, red capstone, gotta get it.
Yeah, have to get this first.
Oh, Jason, did you speak to that question? Someone was asking about the spell trees.
I see somebody asking, Mental Mars is asking us to nerf something.
Oh, no, don't nerf me!
To nerf test, yeah.
No.
Gotcha.
I guess actually the question was to me. It says the skill tree and gear mentioned. No, that's not the right one.
Thing is trying to kill me while I'm doing things.
Yeah, I don't see the question. But
I saw it earlier. It was Mental Mars.
Would you mind repeating?
Oh, what are some of the challenges of designing a skill tree, and were there any fun talents that didn't make the cut?
Oh man, yes, absolutely. I mean, when you're just at a high level, like a blank piece of paper, you know, what is the point of you, that you're trying to achieve with talents and gear? And there's a lot of comments about, did we even need to have both systems? And I think that's a very valid question, but ultimately what we wanted was to have a set of things that you acquired for playing the game that you could not lose and couldn't trade out. So you unlocked talent points and you can spend them how you want, and then you have those forever. And then the gear, as you found things and unlocked it, you can trade those out as you found new and better gear. And the question of what are you trying to achieve with the talent tree? In our game, what we were trying to achieve was the slow growth of power, since we're, unlike a D&D game, we don't have stats that you acquire over time, so those stats appear in the talent tree, and you can choose not to take those if you wanted other things. And were there things that we wanted to put in that we didn't? Yes, although I'm super proud that I'm happy we got to keep Devoured by the Void, which is an incredibly weird, obscure talent that only works with 2 spells that you have to find first, and then you can just instantly kill stuff by casting 2 spells. There's some fun things, yeah. You want to add to that, Super?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many challenges in designing a skill tree. It's insane how complicated it is, because you want, like, at your core, you want every talent to feel meaningful, and you also need to pace out how the growth of your character over the course of a 20-hour game, 12 to 20-hour game. And we had sort of these many decisions that were like, we could have gone different ways with them, and they would have changed the character of the game. Like, you don't get all of the talents on your first playthrough, and when we launched the game, there was no second playthrough, so you just never got the experience of all the talents, and that's something players really, really wanted. It was one of the reasons we added New Game Plus after launch and tuned it so that you get all the talents at New Game Plus. That's a difficult decision to make, and like, how much power do you give a player over the course of the game? And like this, I think we made the right choice because it's really thematic and we wanted different builds. We wanted you to play, I want to build this way or build that way. But, that's a difficult decision because some people just want to have everything, right? Like, they're just upset they can't have everything. And so, and like what each different individual talent is, is also just how do you structure them? What's the right flow? What are the requirements?
One basic requirement is you read this thing and that sounds interesting. And we definitely don't have I don't think every single one of our talents is interesting at surface level, but then when combined with other talents, they become really interesting. And then ideally making people feel clever for figuring out that these two talents together create a third effect that is extremely cool. Like I've seen a lot of people do really interesting shield builds when they put a lot of points into green and blue with a splash in red.
In terms of talents that we didn't really, in terms of things that we didn't really get to do, we only have one punch and one shield. And we had talked a lot about wanting to do different shield varieties and melee varieties, and then just really didn't have it just didn't make it into the budget, time and design to say, oh, I want the green shield and a blue shield and a red shield, and they act differently or something. We talked about it a bunch, and there were a bunch of cool ideas for it, but then, we just shield is blue and shield is blue, and shield ended up being a thing you really affect with talents, right? That ended up becoming a talent affected thing is how we gave the variety of gameplay we wanted with shield, right? Or some of it at least.
You're glad the skill tree isn't just a numbers thing. No, yeah, it's really cool. There's so many synergies. At the start of the stream, I was talking about the build that I'm using right now, which is really, really cool. But I think once I get a few more red talent points in there, maybe once I get the capstone, I'll probably switch out my rings, because your gear can synergize really, really, really well with your skill tree or talent tree to create or to accommodate, I guess, so many different playstyles. Oh god. Great.
Well, it's my humble opinion, McSwarlton, that the best skill trees are the ones that have no passive stat bonuses. Passive stat bonuses aren't interesting. You want to look at a tree and be compelled to take everything and make hard choices, and +5 damage. Not that interesting, but we wanted verticality in the game, and that's ended up being where it fit best for passive verticality, power verticality.
My favorite talents are the ones that are the color mixed talents that are on the sort of side of the center tree on either side. I think those are the most really fun, the ones you have to be well, I have to be quite a bit of green and blue to take the talent that, or you have to be at least a little bit green and blue to take the talent that lets me heal when someone attacks my shield. I need to be a lot red and blue to get the one where I can melee shields and break them in one punch, right? And those are where a lot of the really interesting choices are in the build structure on your first playthrough, because, for instance, Shred Punch is an incredibly effective late game skill. It's really, really strong. And honestly, if you're playing all red, it's really hard to beat the game without it. Or at least if you're playing on really hard difficulty, it's a big deal with Blue Magni. But you have to take the right talents to get it. If you don't, so I think that's one of those. You don't have it.
Yeah, I don't have it yet because I've been focusing so much. With this one, I mostly focused on blue and green.
Oh, but you don't need it.
Yeah.
You don't need it. Shields are nothing to you. You just switch to blue and they float. So you don't need it. That's why.
The amount of shred that I have just between all of this and then also the gear, it's absolutely silly. I mean, the God Spear is fully maxed out and it gives me 180% shield shred. And then there's other things in here that add. So my Lash Totem adds another 35% on top of that. And I haven't even maxed out my lash. These are the things that I might change once I've put more points into, or more talents. I've gotten more talents in the tree. For red, I might change one or both of these, maybe, because there's a couple of other rings.
I love Brickbat though.
Yeah.
Have you seen the One Punch Man build that somebody made?
Was it Penguin's build? It might have been.
I think
someone else's
so.
build. I think it might have been Penguin's build. Yeah, I
love
posted
it.
on it from the Immortals of Aveum Twitter account if anybody wants to look for that. I think it's also in the community posts, or just like remind me and I'll repost it. But Penguin TD on YouTube put out an incredible like melee experience that you should just go and watch. Even if it's not your favorite playstyle, like watching him play is just like, I don't know, it's very satisfying. Because he wrecks, he absolutely wrecks, and it's glorious.
I think expanding on the question one last time, if you don't mind, about difficult talents to make. I think probably when coming up with compelling ideas for talents that are both small improvements and interesting, the control spells category was pretty difficult, because it's easy to make those things way too OP accidentally, and also be compelling at the same time. I think we landed pretty nicely, although I think Limpets got the best of the group.
Yeah, I mean, disruptives in general, like control spells in general, were just a major challenge, because the balance challenge, the like how to get these to be useful but not just invalidate enemies. It's really hard. Actually, I think we spent a long time trying to get that right. And yeah, I agree. Limpets are them. I think limpets are the most fun. Also, like I just really enjoy the way they turn red and pop if you red blast them, and do extra damage. You know, I like the slapping the limpets on someone so that you can get your headshots or get, you know. I think they're great, but that was really hard.
Fun lore facts or development fact: the lens, the red lens, the disrupt lens, used to be an ADS lens.
Oh.
It's originally going to be an ADS spell, a focused spell.
Interesting.
But we wanted to be a game without ADS.
It wasn't that when I was first got here. Even by the time when I first arrived at the company, it was a target marker for homing. So like you painted stuff with it, and then your spirit orbs would just track directly to whatever you painted with it.
There's an auto aiming spell that would make it so you could paint a bunch of stuff. They would glow. It was called the lantern, and then you could shoot stuff around the corner, and it would all seek. But we did take that behavior and put it onto base spirit orbs, and then obviously switch to disrupt which also I think Mark was a big proponent of us having a counter spell of some kind, because this is like, you know, we're Harry Potter meets Call of Duty, right, to some extent, and having a counter spell makes a lot of sense. That's why disrupt is both very useful to stun enemies, and if you can time it really well to stop someone's cast. It is a kind of a counter spell. It's kind of a stun punish, really. But there's a lot more ideas to explore there that I'd like to.
By the way, I am playing on PC currently, and I'm at 92 frames per second, and it's running beautifully. We did lower the PC specs, by the way, so there have been a ton of updates. Like if you've had the game since launch, or even just at any point since launch you purchased the game and you tried it, we put out a bunch of updates since launch, several updates that added a ton of optimizations and bug fixes and more content, like the Echolector stuff that we'll be doing on stream tomorrow and New Game Plus, which we're doing right now. But we lowered the minimum PC specs. We didn't really post about it a ton at the time because we were very busy with other stuff, but we did lower the PC specs significantly. So if you haven't checked out the game since launch, it's probably a good idea to try it again and see maybe how it runs now. And if you're not sure if your PC can handle it, try the free demo. It's available on Steam. It's completely free, and if you play to the end of the free demo and then decide that you do like the game and you want to purchase it, you actually get a bonus 5% discount through doing the free demo. The same applies to consoles. If you check out the free trial on PlayStation or Xbox, there is a... I'm totally forgetting to use my most powerful thing. You can get that discount on console as well if you finish either one of the free trials on PlayStation or Xbox, and then purchase the full game. You get that extra 5%, and that will be there even if there's already a sale. Like, I think right now there might be a sale going on PlayStation, or soon, or recently there was one, and it was 50% off. Whoa! Oh my god! What? I'm just losing my mind. How are you still alive?
Those are some really strong bushes. I think those are eating your javelins.
Yeah.
So there was a question, was there a metric for how difficult an enemy was? Like, don't exceed this level of difficulty for a given encounter kind of thing? Or was it mostly just a playtest problem?
Another war.
Oh, that's a good question. At a certain level, because we're a game with diverging content that you can go off and level up and come back, we had a baseline that we had wanted to achieve, but also there was a global band of how much power you gain in the whole game. And so finding ourselves on the alpha path of the story, plotting against the potential power that you could have at that point, and then of course if you go and explore everything you could exceed that considerably, but you should never exceed the global power so far that the game is just, you know, one-shot killing everything, unless you test with that god sphere, because it's just one-shot nuking the corruption worms. So we had intended bans that you'd experience for each fight, but we knew that was also possible to blow that away if you really loved the game, which in itself is a problem, because you don't want to make the game, by leveling up you don't want to invalidate the fun of the game.
I love you guys for answering questions. I'm scared too. Thank you. But yeah, the update is coming. There's an FSR3 with frame gen for consoles update coming soon that includes even more fixes than it had before. We've just stuffed it full of fixes and improvements and things like that, which is why it's taking a little bit longer, but it'll be worth the wait. And it is the first, our game will be the first to have FSR3 with frame gen on consoles ever. So that'll be really cool. And it's bringing HDR for PC as well.
You already know my answer.
Dave, was this the first cutscene we did in the game?
What? Your control crystal uses green magic.
It was one of them, yeah.
Old one. Yeah.
It was.
Quiet.
We did 5. One was Zendara and Jack in the war room, which got changed. One was this one. One was Jack finding Sandrak in the Pale Forest in the Font Cave. And one was the Aftermath, one after Jack visits the Penasod in his vision.
Easy.
Was that 5? I can't remember. I think this one was split into 2. They got merged.
That's right. So we used to have a gameplay sequence for
Mind Break! That was actually pretty cool.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. Kind of broke the pacing of the scene, but it was definitely a neat idea.
The Hand of Sandrak. That's her ship. It's moving away from the ley line tower. Back on mission, Initiate.
I love Zendara. She's such a badass. Nice outdoor. We'll have to tell our super awesome animation crew. I agree with you 100,000%. They are really epic.
Cool. So I'm Jack. You have a name? Nothing, huh? Okay, I'll just call you Construct then. said the construct could open the ward.
The area that you're just now leaving is one of my favorite fights. It's probably my favorite fight of the early game, just because you've just gotten Torrent, and it's this first like really convoluted big space that you come into like that with a lot of enemies, and so it's sort of a I think the combat really goes right here, and for a lot of players it really clicks. They're lobbing, all the grenades getting lobbed, and just that this because the space is that doesn't have good lines of sight, but it's really big and sort of at the corners and everything. It's just one of my favorite fights because it lasts a long time, especially like new players first get to it. They're ducking around corners, or running around, they're climbing on stuff, they're going through the building and jumping out the window. And I think for a lot of players, this is like the moment where the combat really, really clicks. They're starting to get all their skills down, and they've got they're throwing the torrents, and they're doing their control spells. And they got everything going on. Like they haven't gotten disrupt yet, but they're still like getting that third fury, and then going into this fight in particular. I think is just really one of my high moments of like watching people play the game, and like where I see a lot of people really have a lot of fun. And then 2 fights later, we throw the green magnets up and then bring them down again.
I always think there's something.
I love the green magnets, but he's definitely he's a pain in the butt on purpose.
Yeah.
He's a pain in the butt on purpose.
There are certain enemies who you tune their healths down a little bit to make it enjoyable when you can just stomp their face.
Yeah, you can absolutely bully a green magnus if you know how to get on them and what spells to cast when. I've seen players kill. Which is the one with which is the green 6 with the Archons? Lucretius?
Lucretius, yeah.
I've seen players kill Lucretius with just burst fire, without him ever getting to act.
Oh my god.
That's my favorite way to kill this upcoming one is if you can time a limpet stack on them, like when they teleport. Finish a teleport, limpet stack, and immolate, and it's just dead in one immolate. Yeah, players I've seen some pretty creative uses of our magic system in combat, which makes me quite happy.
Yeah, it's really fun. I love lurking in people's streams and just watching what they do with it. So cool. We're not there yet, Emmett. I don't think anywhere near 14 yet.
We're still on 6.
Yeah.
That green Magnus that showed up, he used to have this like super over the top animation going on. It kind of reminded me, it always made me think of Mickey Mouse in the Sorcerer's Apprentice. How it's very musical, and while he's casting, he's throwing his arms around and doing all this crazy stuff. That's what he used to look like.
What's our mocap suits are called the Ascendant Studios, right?
Ascends, yes.
Ascends.
XSENS.
They're pretty cool. They're pretty cool suits. And, a lot of the animations you see on combat enemies are actually our animators just playing around in their backyard with these suits on.
Yeah, most of the animation, all of the animation in the cinematics on human-looking characters, bipedal characters, was generated with accent suits and then exaggerated and cleaned up and morphed into different animation. It's one of the reasons why we were able to get so much done. And one thing that we haven't really talked about a lot is a major portion of this game was created during COVID.
Yeah.
When we all had to move out of the office, and we couldn't go to the mocap studio anymore. It was just out of.
Okay.
When you could go, and big, huge studios with tons of cash would still go, but all these extra expenses started to show up. Like you needed a COVID crew. The scheduling for shoots changed, and there was all these extra protocols and expenses to deal with COVID and having actors together on the stage. So we actually shot all our mocap with our own suits. And then we grabbed head footage, like video footage of the actors in the sound booth to get all the facial animation. And then our animators beautifully stitched those performances together. And you really can't tell. Like they did a phenomenal job. It's amazing to go into the mocap studio so that you get the facial performance one and the same with the body performance. But our crew did a fantastic job dealing with COVID and that different pipeline.
Yeah, I can only imagine how difficult that is to set up and how much time it takes, and just to make sure that everything works properly together. It's just a lot. And it's
it doesn't always work, and you end up having to do a lot of behind the scenes magicness to make things work, you know.
Nice.
And the silver lining, I think we still have a video of Jacob doing the friendly construct animations by hand, or
yeah.
Oh. Thank you, Outer. You're so awesome. Mental Mars asked a really cool question. Were there any augments considered for things like vortex and time burst furies, like the torrent, one having one massive torrent or three? So like if you, for shatter, maybe if you were to have 3 shatters instead of 1.
3 vortexes. I think there might be a CTO yelling at me. No, we talked about a lot of different ways to make that interesting. Originally, time burst was a globe that you placed, and so the size of it mattered, but then we wanted to kind of make it a haste, a global thing, so it didn't make sense to have multiple hastes simultaneously. But I think there, I think there's.
It was a Dominion for a while too.
Yeah. It was a Dominion for a while.
It was a Dominion for a while too. Yeah, I mean, like, obviously we already have the double blast on Shatter, right? That was a thing we did with Shatter.
Oh, the question was about Vortex and Time Burst.
Yeah, I see, yeah. Well, he said they are having Shatter having 3 ways. Like,
which one is my friend and which one is my enemy?
One of them is tinted green.
That's true. It's my favorite green too.
This fight right here is the reason we tinted it green, because we had a number of playtests where people would be here shooting the green the friendly construct, not realizing it was friendly construct.
Yeah, I think I actually played this part before, because I remember when I first joined the studio, this was one of the first areas where we wanted to do capture. I think we were trying to capture these green, I don't know what they're called, the green guys with the staves.
Grenadiers.
Grenadiers, thank you. I couldn't think of the name for a second. The Grenadiers, we were trying to capture them for something, a trailer or something, I don't remember, but it was literally one of the first places I went, and I was so confused about the construct. I was like, wait, which one is mine?
I think when you think of like what's your favorite enemy in a game, it's usually the big boss characters or the big elites or whatever, but the Grenadier is my favorite in the game because they represent what a magical, grenade or artillery troop would look like, and the commanders have that what we call the wisp attack with that arc of those orbs that all fly up and rail down on you and have very slow timing, which competes with the pace of everyone else.
Cool.
I really like the design process of the Grenadier. It came together really fast. We sort of had this moment where we were like, we're missing something out of our
missing a lot
lineup.
of green enemies.
We're missing a lot of green enemies, and we're missing a green troop enemy. And that was like, there's a big gaping hole. Like, what is a green troop enemy? And then it was like, what's the concept for what a green troop enemy would be? And we came up with the idea of someone who's like using the staff to lob the grenades. And there was a lot of iteration on how they behave. I think they used to be a lot more. They tried to hide behind cover more originally, and like pop out and throw a grenade and then hide more. But think it was too frustrating. Like you could never track down where they were, and they spent a lot of time running instead of shooting, and that wasn't really as effective. So
wasn't the original version that we designed was a anti-magic troop where they would try and lock you down a bit, and so there was a concept we never explored deeply, but of them having a piece of an Allori skin or like a scale on the end of that staff that they would run over and like absorb magic out of your spells. So if you maybe you dropped a shatter and they would absorb the shatter projectile, so you'd want to stun them to keep them from eating your lethal spells.
Right.
Yeah, but super slowly right. It came together quickly, and it was a great design process because we actually got to look at what the game looks like right now and what we're missing, and then do a fairly simple design that fills a slot, which is that grenade on the ground, the Call of Duty grenade on the ground with the indicator and everything.
We really tuned that grenade down too, in terms of how much it disrupts you when it hits you.
Really?
Oh yeah, it was way. It used to be really intense.
Oh my god!
I kind of feel like we should bring back the old version for just patch in the old grenade if you're on Grand Magnus.
Yeah,
your grenade, you're practically blind and can't hardly turn.
We had, but I don't know. The tinnitus sound that we had was like really extreme.
What? I don't know. I at the same time, like one thing I noticed is that people get hit by the grenade, and even though it only does like a little tiny chunk of their health, they pop a mana crystal because they think they're dying.
Yeah, because it's really, I mean, it just affects your whole screen. The effect is so strong that you think you're in trouble.
You're dead. You're in trouble. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, what's my favorite enemy? Red Magnus, probably. Although I think they die a little too easy.
Red Magnus, in the right circumstances, is some of the coolest fights in the game. Like, I think the 6th, which I developed and maybe have named myself after, or named after myself. But certainly when they're not in the right place, like I think they're probably, although people like to fight in the Colossus, she doesn't really get to shine there, unfortunately. The passageways and the walkways are too narrow.
She really shines in the double Red Magnus fight at the in the wound, over the wound when you're inside the ship, where you're fighting 2 of them at a time.
Yeah,
that one's a pretty good fight.
That fight is so hard. Oh my god.
The only problem with the one that's named after you, Jason, is that if you take the 4th red sigil talent, where you get the power up every time you kill something, you can just wreck that boss, because all the Veki just fuel your power.
You're not describing a problem to me. It sounds like you're using a clever talent to overcome a really hard fight, which is great. We're not there yet, but if you ever play that fight, and if you just take a moment, I designed the layout of that level to be Juliet. So if you notice, she's at the bottom of a pit, and there's this big, long, like, series of pieces that look like the tube of an oubliette. That's why she's down there with all her Veki friends.
Yeah, if you fall down in that fight, it's a bad time. You just have to not fall. Is the most important thing. Is don't fall down. If you don't fall down, you'll be fine. If you fall down, you're in trouble, because the Veki down there will just eat you. I think one of the other enemies I really like is the Veki Spitters. They are super deadly, understated, and I love that first Shroud Fane that you find, and if you go in it before you've done anything else, it's the first time you see them, and the screams of "what are those things?" and "oh my god, why won't they die?" Because they have regeneration. And if you have to use green on them to keep them from to stop their regeneration, and just the watching players go in there and just be like, oh my god, and it's like there's a big difficulty spike at that point. So I don't know. I like them a lot. I think probably Veki Spitters and the Leylodons, the regular Leylodons are probably responsible for a lot of the deaths in this game.
Yeah. I love the Leylodons. I was saying that earlier. I think you were here when I said it, so I'm sorry to repeat myself. But I love them. They're so cool looking, and they're definitely a challenge, but I feel like they're a really cool challenge. The only time that I really struggled with them was in the Shrouded Realm, because there was like one fight, I think one of the last streams we did together, where I just wasn't very good at keeping in cover and also seeing where they were popping up at the same time. But hopefully I'll do better the next time I get there.
Yeah, one thing I really wanted to do was add telemetry to all the deaths so that we could do like who's killing who leaderboards. Figure out whichever AI killed the most.
Oh yeah.
In a stat, like there have been 1.2 billion Becky deaths.
Oh my gosh.
Since launch, or something. That'd be great.
I love the Becky though.
Whose idea was the Vecchi in Gravegate?
In Calvin. I showed them that at the start of the stream.
So, what was the turn of events? I remember. I think it was Daria asking a question. I was it. Someone had shared. I can't remember if it was me or if it was Daria had shared the there was a Kotaku article talking about.
Can you pet the dog?
Can you pet? Yeah, can you pet the dog?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Daria and I talked. It was both of us. We were both advocating very much for some petable creature.
Yeah, and then I think it was you, Julia, who suggested we pet the Becky, and that sounded ridiculous, but we got the animation because Anton and Jacob are amazing. It's like, well, we have the animation, we have to put it in there somewhere.
Yeah, and then it was fun to kind of like have him over, like he has his own little like area where there's some like straw on the ground and like some bones and stuff where someone's clearly been feeding him.
So cute. There's one key aspect that will guarantee I will like a game more than other games and try it and love it and just give it more grace than anything, and that is including a petable creature that literally works every time. Now if you include a cat or something that looks like a cat, then you literally just have my heart and soul. But this game has my heart and soul even without kitties. There's so many cute doggos. I love them.
The kitties are extinct, right? All the animals that Kirkin was painting are gone, so that's why you get pet Vecchi, because that's what's left.
But the hand wasn't aboard, so keep your eyes open. What's your position?
Cleared out the tower courtyard. Heading up to the top.
Stay put.
Yeah, League, Julia's 100% right. We've got a couple of podcast episodes that we did video for, and they're all up on the Ascendant Studios YouTube channel. If you type !ASC in the Twitch chat, you'll get a link to it, or you can just Google Ascendant Studios YouTube and find those. So we did, there was a podcast interview with Dave and a podcast interview with Julia, and then we also had an episode where I had both of them on, and we were talking about designing the world of Aveum and some of their inspirations, and it was really cool. So I definitely recommend checking that out if you have a chance to do it. This is such a cool room. I never spend much time here, but it's just beautiful.
Show yourself, font of Yonkou. I draw you forth through the power of Thradakol, the Binding Stone.
We've got a problem.
What is it?
More like who? Sandrek's here.
What? Hold your position. I'm on my way.
He'll be gone by then.
That was an order, Initiate.
Say again? I'm losing you.
Thanks, League. I'm glad you like it.
Your hand around, right?
I think it's hilarious that he did that. And she was like, what are you doing to this?
An immortal. Welcome, brother. Do you know who I am? Sandrak. I suppose Kirkin has poisoned you against me by now.
She didn't have to. Your men killed my family.
Did they? I have no memory of that. A great many people have died in this war. Would it comfort you to know that I'm close to ending it?
Don't turn your back on me!
Send him to his family.
This fight.
She's holding back so hard.
Yeah, she is.
She's holding back so hard, like.
She's so strong.
Yeah, we're talking about the idea that Triarchs have access to all the magic, but they're not going to master it like a Solo or an Exarch could.
I need more time to finish this.
Yeah, I've had a lot of people who are like, "I want to fly. Why can't I fly?" And it's like, 'cause you're not a blue, you're not all blue. It's because you're a Triarch. That's why you can't fly. You're just not good enough.
Jack of all trades, master of many, but not quite all. This is fun because it's very tricky.
Yeah, this is our first boss fight, right? I mean, this was around when I started, and it got a lot of work.
We had
a lot of work.
Bunch of versions of this fight too. There used to be a lock and key mechanism where you had to get an object and shove it into the head crystal to damage it, which ultimately was pretty clunky, and we didn't want to do QTs in the game.
Oh yeah, I'm so happy that you guys didn't. I have the worst time with QTs because I'm always distracted. I just don't see them on screen usually.
And the first version that we did that was pretty successful, like the first iteration of this current design was also tuned to like it was like Dark Souls tuning, like you had to dodge and block everything perfectly. It was nice to be able to bring that design tuning back into the shrouded version, the shrouded construct.
Just wrecked it.
Yeah, that was nothing.
It's over already.
That was good. That was pretty good. Oh, your first moment in the Shrouded Realm, and look, the creatures that the sail ships are based on.
What is this place? Wait, this
I
is
love
the
it.
Shrouded Realm.
Sky whales.
Yeah, they're so cool. I wish we actually got to spend more time in that bathysphere thing that we traveled to the Shrouded Realm in. It's so neat. Like, it would be amazing if you...
My heart is cringing at how much work it was to get the amount of time we spent in the bathysphere to work.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure. If Daniel were here, he would tell you how much time he spent in the bathysphere.
I know how much time we were in there.
Oh, you are here.
I am here. I remember all the bugs of like stuck in the bathysphere, things not showing up right, and all the trickery of having the Shrouded Realm essentially in other levels to make that all work. There's that level.
I just want to do a Shrouded Realm survival crafting game where you fly around in the bathysphere and go harvest things. No one will let me make it, but I want to.
When his spell was cast, I left my body.
Popping in and out of portals, and you're not sure where you're going. Collecting loot before it all collapses on you, and then go back to your base. Yeah, that'd be dope.
Sounds about right. We had a joke that that level was haunted. We'd have all the weirdest bugs happening in that level.
We should talk. Up there, Sandrak referred to me as a brothers. And not like, oh, hey, look, it's another Magnus, but more like...
Like someone from his order.
Exactly.
Complicated subject. One I'm not going to get into here.
You're not going to explain how Sandrak is an immortal. Once. You're not going to explain how Sandrak was an immortal.
Thought I made that clear, Initiate. That's something Kirkin will talk about.
What about... Pretty please tell me when, why, how Sandrak was an immortal?
That might fly with Kirkin. Sure, give it a try.
I meant with you know what? Never mind. I should just go.
Wait a minute. Listen. About your vision of the Shrouded Realm. I wanted you to know something.
I said I should go.
All right. I'll meet you back at the Palathon. Sandrak absorbing a ley line isn't something we're even remotely prepared for. Kirkin will be eager to talk.
Unfortunately, I don't have like full. Oh, I shouldn't say that while live.
Well, it's time for me to depart, everyone. Love doing these. We're doing another one tomorrow.
Yeah, we are doing another one tomorrow. So for anybody that is hanging out, actually, I didn't realize we're past the time we planned to stream. Thank you so much, Super, for hanging out. I guess we probably could call it here if everyone needs to go do other work stuff. I love this doorway to the Pale Forest. It's so beautiful and chilling with Zendara and everything. But
certainly a good spot to end with that. With Zendara.
I just was having too much fun and didn't realize that it was past the time. We will be back tomorrow, you guys. So tomorrow, starting at the same time, 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific. Same devs. Maybe we'll have Brett join us. I don't know, but either way, we'll be here. I'll be doing some Echolector stuff tomorrow. I'll probably just reset my save back to the start of New Game, or before I started New Game Plus. And we'll just go look for all of the Echolector Shroud Shatterfanes. I always get them confused. And so I'll be doing challenging stuff tomorrow. Wish me luck. Please come cheer me on. And the devs will answer more questions, and they'll be awesome and hanging out. So definitely come by. We'd love to see you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mental Mars. Thank you, Kat. Thank you, Rio. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Random Numbers and McSparlton. And absolutely everybody. League, thank you. You guys are so awesome. So we'll be back tomorrow, same time, same channels, same all the things. And yeah, stop by, say hi.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you guys so much. Have a great rest of your day.